Hello, star citizens and viewers of the channel. How are we doing? I did not connect my camera. That might be a problem. Let's see. Use the menu, USB streaming. Plug that in. Hey, look at that. There we go. Now we're in business. So apparently, my microphone was clipping almost the entire stream last week, and nobody said anything. What the heck, guys? And chat is not showing up in here like it is supposed to. Let's take that off stream. See if I can fix that in a separate window. Uh-huh. There we go. All right. So, we should be live now. How's everybody doing today? Right now, we're just kind of waiting to see if anybody pops in. Right now, it's a little lonely here. Looks like we got one viewer on Twitch. The joy of... Oh, my lights are off too. Dropping frames? Oh, don't tell me that. It doesn't say I'm dropping frames. Are you sure about that, Mr. Aero Capital fellow? I got distracted by a project I was working on for the stream just before a stream started. And so I'm kind of rushing through things a little bit, trying to get everything going. So I didn't have my lights on. But yeah, everything looks good on my end. Is it a possibility that's just I don't know. I hate to just throw the blame back onto you, but is it your connection to Twitch? Like, it is other Twitch streams having issues as well? That's a good way to drive people away from your own stream and onto something else, right? Go check another stream for me and see if it's still happening there. Oh, good, good. So maybe it was just ramping up. So, we're going to start today by searching up a couple definitions. Because there is a trend in the community right now to conflate these two very distinct words, and it's very important to understand the difference between them. Ambition is a strong desire to do or achieve something, typically requiring determination and hard work. Example given was her ambition was to become a pilot. So you can imagine going through pilot school, training. If you're going to be a fighter pilot, that's even more intense because you have military training on top of that. So ambition is when you have a high set goal and you work hard to get there. Greed, on the other hand, is an intense and selfish desire for something, especially wealth, power, or food. So, if we put greed and ambition on the same line, they would form a spectrum between each other. And ambition would be the positive aspects of being driven towards reaching a goal, where greed is self-serving and inward seeking. So it's taking rather than striving. You can be an ambitious salesman and set a goal to sell so many cars, and that might be a high personal goal, but it becomes greedy if you then start trying to, you know, fleece your customers, right? So there's two elements there at play. So I just think people should understand that very important distinction. You can be ambitious and not be greedy, and you can also be greedy and not ambitious. So just putting that out there. There were two ships that released with this Invictus Fleet Week, and we have two videos to kind of review. The Guardian MX and the Anvil Asgard. It's always kind of weird. These headphones have like a 5-second delay before they actually turn on. Anyway, let's start with... well, I guess technically it's three ships, huh? Because we have the Starlancer TAC. You can see I've already watched all these videos. But let's start with the TAC. Actually, wait, before I do that, I need to make sure people do actually know that I'm live. Let's pull up Twitch. Me. Voila, soy yo. Voila, soy yo. Voila, soy yo. Oh, close that before it creates an endless stream. I always kind of wonder what the proper thing to do is at the start of a stream, because it seems like such an awkward thing. I don't know if that... Oh, heck no, I'm not planning on purchasing a ship. Not at the moment. Why do you ask, Arrow? So there's those two. Then we got Rumble, which shows a little more information than I like it to. So I'll grab that one off screen. There we go. Alright, because I've spent way too much money and I'm taking a long break from buying more ships. Probably a good idea. On one account, I have most of the ships that I can see myself wanting, which actually creates a bit of a problem. Because once you have everything that you want, then you have nothing else to strive for. And then I have my Guppy account, where I've only given it one ship and kept it real basic, and I've been playing through that, as you guys have seen on stream, and I'm having a lot more fun on that account than I do with the Whale account. The Whale account has basically turned into a content creation account. So I'll pull it out when I want to feature a ship, and maybe I'll shuffle around some store credit so I can show what the newest thing is. But yeah, I don't think it's actually advisable to buy every ship that you want with real money, because you do just undercut your gameplay, which is unfortunately something that we're going to be talking about again today. There's been a lot of strange pushback from certain members of the community and on Spectrum, where it seems like people are getting a little too comfortable with the idea of paying for everything. And so we're going to talk about that, what my thoughts are. But let's start with the Star Lancer TAC. This is a variant of the Star Lancer where it is dropship focused. The Star Lancer is a ship from MISC. We currently have the, what is it called? The cargo variant. And then there's a BLD that will be coming out with base building that will be able to construct a lot of the smaller base sizes. So the TAC is the more up-armored, up-gunned version of the three. Start off, you see a squad getting gunned down. This guy's about to get executed. Looks like they are trying to apply the fight for fighters.
Fury 6 to TAC 1, we've softened your approach.
Copy that, Fury 6. Inbound.
If you think about it, because this would be like, I mean, trying to draw a real-world comparison, this would be like trying to depict the Taliban in your commercial, right? You have people who are open terrorists in the video game, and you're showcasing them in your video. And just like in the real world, you would have a lot of really brain-dead sympathizers. You would also have that in the world of Star Citizen. So it's just kind of an interesting thing to think about. Like, what parallels would this connect to if this were a real commercial for a real product you could buy today? I don't know. Just kind of weird. But Frontier Fighters, they are the de facto bad guys in the Star Citizen verse at the moment. So here they are. They're the bad guys here. Here you go. They have
Target-rich environment. Bring in the rain.
Now, the part that's comical about this to me is that is not how you end up shooting at. Right now, you have the problem where you're not actually able to target an NPC, and so you have to aim way off axis so that the intersection line of your raycast impact point intersects with the NPC, right? So you don't actually get to just aim at them. You have to aim like at the side and then hope you hit them. Which is why they cut away from showing hitting the NPC as soon to show it from an external view, because it's actually a major pain in the butt to do that.
Engaging. Target locked. Fox 3. Inbound.
And then here's something that I don't like about so right now you see these guys are sitting in their drop seats, right? And for whatever reason they weren't buckled in until now. Kind of a strange decision, but whatever. So they're getting strapped in, they're getting ready to hit the ground, and then they're going to immediately lift up the harness, right? So that's why that doesn't make sense. But you have the doors opening, and these gentlemen sitting on these benches have no protection. I guess they do have the ship's shields that should stop bullets from hitting them, but if you look at like a military, I think what I'm thinking of is like the Huey. Yeah. So sometimes you'll have an outward facing seat, but a lot of the time what you'll see is they sit with their sides to the seat, and that makes them a smaller target profile. They're still able to shoot out from the helicopter, but they're not quite as exposed. And so, I don't know, there's just something about having your chest facing the enemy and exposed to their gunfire that doesn't make me feel super cozy. Maybe that's just a me thing, though. What do you guys think? Am I over analyzing a video game asset? Probably.
Inbound to LZ.
Wheels down. Get those troops on board.
So, a bunch of atlases in the back.
Last man aboard. Wrap secure.
TAC 1 dusting off.
Beauty 6 aboard.
Copy that. Welcome back, pilot.
That would be some talented piloting from whoever's flying the Fury, able to land in the moving Star Lancer like that. Your mileage may vary, is what I'll say to that. So I mean, it's a cool ship, but I think drop ships are kind of a weird concept. 900 years in the future. And I think the layout could use some simple changes that would make it quite a bit safer for the people trying to jump out. Oh, really? Did Morphologist say the same thing? I haven't seen his video on it, but that's funny. Yeah, that seems like a pretty obvious one. And then we have the Mirai Guardian MX. And the Guardian itself, really cool ship. I keep seeing people call it the TIE Interceptor, and that part is just wrong. Okay, it's not a TIE Interceptor because we already have the Fury. Okay, you guys need to get caught up on your TIE Fighter lore. TIE Fighters were notorious for not having shields. Yeah, I'm not going to disable my ad blocker. They didn't have shields. They didn't have any kind of hyperspace drive, warp drive, jump drive. You know, different franchises will call them different things. If I say them all, I probably got one of them right. And so they were short-range fighters that were meant to be very cheap, so that they would overwhelm the opposition with overwhelming numbers, as opposed to having the intimidation factor of a single air superiority fighter, right? So these were essentially built as throwaway ships, is what the lore would state, right? So you have the TIE Interceptor, which is not any better in those aspects. It's just generally faster. Okay, then you step up to the TIE Avenger and the TIE Silencer. And we'll take a look at the Silencer first. This was basically the only good thing to come out of the sequel trilogy of Star Wars, was this really cool TIE design. Kylo Ren flies this in the worst of the sequel trilogy, The Last Jedi. It's just before you have the Mary Poppins moment where Leia flies through space unconscious, using the Force to pull her back into the forcibly decompressed hull of the ship she had just been ejected from. But this is one of my favorite TIE designs. I think it's really, really cool. And it's essentially just a stretched out interceptor, right? But the important thing is, this thing does have all the things that the Guardian does, in the sense that it has a jump drive, it does have shields, it does have more armament and more variety to that. So, if anything, the Guardian is the the Guardian is the silencer, and the Fury is an interceptor. Then we have the TIE Avenger, which was shown in the recent Andor Season 2. This is another strong contender for a Guardian comparison. Though, I guess, more appropriately, this would be the Guardian MX, because it's just the better version of all of it. So everything that you loved about the TIE Interceptor, this has that aggressive shape. And then it also has experimental weaponry that, from a canon perspective, didn't make it into mass production for the Empire, because this was a prototype ship that was stolen and wasn't further developed. But it's heavily up-armored, dramatically upgunned, And this would be a hero ship in just about every sense of the word, if it weren't for the fact that it was stolen and then never seen from again in the original trilogy. Again, for the same lore reasons. Oh, Mr. Arrow, are you perhaps coming to my side a little bit then? I don't know. I want to be optimistic and say that they are not running out of money. I think that they have enough people there that can make good financial decisions, that I don't really think that they are in trouble. But their decisions as of late do make me they're a cause for concern. Right? It feels like we're selling the baby with the bathwater, and I seriously wonder if there will be anything left to play with after we're done selling everything. But I don't really think that they're in financial trouble. I think those aspects might be a little overblown. "2023 is the most recent one we have, right? I don't think we have 2024 as of yet. So the argument that people will make is that the spending is outpacing the growth. And I think Luke Stevens showed this exact image on his stream. I don't know, and he commented on there being a lot of red on this chart, but I don't know that the red means anything in particular, because we're not given a legend. So I don't know how to interpret this. Financials is well outside of my purview. I have no idea what this is even saying. Trading cost USD in thousands. Okay, so this would be 290,000, right? And then you have a couple zeros here, but there's nothing that's not red besides a zero. And I would think that if the red were an indicator of something negative, then you would have a legend that indicates that. And it could be that there is a desire to pay back the investors. But again, we're stepping so far. We're stepping so far outside of what I am trained on that I just don't know what to think about it. They did have a number of layoffs, but that's also been they've been kind of consolidating things. So they've been moving a lot of people from the US to other locations. If anyone knows of someone who actually does do finances that could take a serious look at these kinds of reports, I'd like to talk to them, because again, I just don't know. Let's see. What's this one say? Red would seem to indicate something bad here. All good, Wills. Glad to know you're thinking of us. But year over year, they are still making more money. As with everything with Star Citizen, if they're not able to make a game with that, it would be due to mismanagement, because I don't know how you can't come out with a game with this much revenue coming in. Right? So they might need to downsize some aspects, reprioritize, and that's all assuming that they're having a fiscal squeeze right now, which we don't know that that's the case. I'm hoping that we get a letter from the chairman in response to the recent pushback on flight blades, because there's a lot of people upset, and so that tends to be the kind of thing that gets them to respond. And we'll get CR coming out with a letter that hopefully quells some of the concerns and maybe announces a change in direction. That's what I would hope for, anyways. Back to the Guardian, though. When the Guardian came out, a lot of people felt that it was just a little bit underwhelming with the firepower. And I would tend to agree, especially when you pair that with the somewhat lackluster agility that the Guardian has. And that's honestly kind of a surprising combination for a Mirai ship, where the agility of Mirai is like, that's the whole selling point, right? The Fury is super nimble. You can turn on a dime in that thing. And a big part of that was because they talked a lot about the thrust vectoring that you get from the movable pod engines. Then you have the Guardian come out with bigger of those, and it doesn't have that same agility factor to it, which just feels like such a strange choice for this kind of ship. And they could have gone two ways. They could have either increased the firepower, or they could have increased the agility, so that, yeah, maybe you're not as nimble as you ought to be, but you can lay down some heavy firepower. Or vice versa, maybe you don't lay as much firepower, but you have an easy time just kiting around other heavy fighters. Both of those would have put the Guardian in a better place. CIG went the third option. Release a new ship entirely and sell it twice. So that's what the Guardian MX is. It has slightly more DPS than the base Guardian. It's a little bit bigger. It loses out on some of the creature comforts, which don't do anything in the game yet. And so, as of now, it's just a non-starter. Like, I don't think you should be buying a ship in the game with the idea that, oh, well, this one has a bed and the other one doesn't. Because that's just going to lead to a lot of disappointment with the current iteration of the game. So here's my Guardian Chi, and its stock loadout 1914, and then the Guardian MX 1596. So this would seem to indicate that it goes down a little bit. Do I have this right? Or do I have this totally backwards? No, because I've flown these. It feels a lot better to fly the MX than it does the Chi. What's going on? Huh. There's an update. Maybe I'm missing something there. I'll have to test this more in game then. I I thought I was onto something there, but seems that I might be mistaken, so I'll just retract that for a bit until I can test it more. But yeah, this would seem to indicate that the Qi actually does have more DPS. I should have looked at Urkel before I started streaming, huh? But in any case, I don't like that they're just selling another variant. I can say that. I do appreciate the Star Wars references. And this is all the proof that I need that this is... Okay, whoa, what are we doing? This is all the proof that I need right here that this is a TIE Avenger, not an Interceptor. Alright? Proof is in the pudding. Stormtroopers, TIE Avenger, it's the exact same scene from Andor. Which I wish I could show you, but I can't because this channel is way too small to survive a DMCA claim. Especially from Disney. That mouse will suck your blood.
The Guardian MX is the big brother of the Guardian. It is fully geared up to fight and is now equipped with 4 size 4 weapons instead of the 2 size 5 on the base Guardian.
Mirai as a manufacturer is always trying to push performance. In this case, this version of the Guardian is much more aligned with that key core goal of a
Sorry, I gotta check one more thing. Is it because I don't have the capacitor? Does the Qi have a different damage output than the base? And let's get the Galdarines that they're equivalent. Oh! Wait, what? What is going on here, fam? I think there must be something wrong with Urkel then, because I think the way that it's calculating the damage for the Qi is incorrect. Because this is stating that it gets significantly more damage than the Guardian, almost double. But if I put Galdarines on the Guardian, on the base Guardian, then it properly shows that it's less. Let's see if that's what's going on. Is it just something that's wrong with the... Yeah, see, once you change it to not the attritions, then it shows what we were expecting. All right, I'm not crazy. I knew it felt better on the MX doing dogfights. And Schlag is totally right. I should have been using Galdarines from the start because it doesn't make sense to compare rhinos to attritions. Is their alpha damage that different, though? Because I think that's definitely something wrong with how Urkel was calculating it. But I could be wrong. Let's take a look here. Let's just look at the size 5s to make it easier. And let's put it on only laser repeaters. Whoa. Okay, so yeah. The attritions are almost... Well, no, they... Triple would be... Yeah, it's almost 3.5 times the alpha damage. And that alpha damage, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the damage of an individual hit, correct? So I unretract my statement. I'm upset that they heard the criticism that the Guardian was a little underpowered in dogfights, and rather than just boost the DPS a little bit, they made an entire new ship to sell you the solution. That's what I'm upset about.
Heavy fighter.
It's got like bigger wings, it's got missiles, it's got more power, more armor. It's just like meaner looking.
And all the Mirai
It's for
ships have been
people
really
just
cool.
wants to kill.
It's not a criticism
Pretty
on
much.
style or content. It's just
Once you
Man,
see the
couldn't you
MX,
just
you'll
have made
notice
the
that
base
the
just
guns
a
are
little
now
tougher?
tucked in the wings.
either
It
make
sits
a little more
while
agile,
landed
give it a
more
little DPS,
angular.
and then
The
it would
wings
be
are
better.
much more bigger than the base Guardian. The material breakup is also different. The paneling is like bigger, it's more industrial looking because it's more heavily armored. So there's 24 new missiles, 12 on each wings. And just the experience of launching those missiles at an angle, pretty cool.
Yeah, that part does look cool.
So the cockpit view is one of the things we've worked the most on the MX.
The look of the dashboard is also completely different and looks sleeker to tie it better with the new HUD design.
All right, hot take. I don't mind the base Guardian HUD layout. I think it's pretty cool. I've never had an issue where I've been dogfighting and it's caused me to miss my target because I couldn't see them. It is in kind of a weird spot. They could maybe make it a little smaller, but I don't actually mind it. So, rather than an improvement, this feels like a lateral move. I understand that a lot of people feel differently, but I don't know. This one never bothered me. In a game where we still have the constellation pillars, this layout change is like so low on the priority list in my mind. Yeah, and Schlag brings up a good point. That is the that is what I would consider like the better argument that I've heard, is that this being equipped with size 4s is going to be geared more towards smaller ships, and there will be a pretty hard cap of the size of ship it's able to pester, where the Chi and the base with its larger size 5 weaponry will actually still be able to damage those things. But that also falls in that realm where it's so far out from what we currently have available that I almost feel like it's not worth mentioning because of how ineffective it is today. Right? Between now and the time that they release armor, they could completely change their mind and go a totally different route. And that's part of the frustration that I have with with a lot of these kind of, well, when X releases, it will do this. And I'm guilty of making those arguments myself all the time. I'm trying to do better about catching myself and keeping in mind my own caveat that we don't know for sure that that's actually how it's going to play out. But if that is, then that would be a pretty good argument in favor of the two variants existing. One can kill big things, one can kill small things. In either case, though, I would kind of hope that they still bring the blast shield from the MX over to the base and the Chi, because I don't see why you wouldn't want that on a combat ship taking on larger ships too. Like, it's still going to take fire, and you're still going to take it to the face, so you might as well protect your face, right? Man, so Schlag, how do you feel, since you do have a Gladiator, how do you feel about it being totally undercut by bomb racks now? Every ship is a bomber. And I'll be honest, I do not like the Gladiator. But everyone's entitled to their own preferences. If you like weirdly proportioned, probably missing a brain cell designs like the Gladiator, I won't hold that against you. When everyone's a super, no one is. If they allow the Gladiator to equip the same racks, perfect. Yeah, what's the missile armament on a Gladiator look like? Because I'll be honest, I hate the look of that ship so much that I know nothing about it, except that it does have the ability to drop bombs. Okay, so it has 2 size 3s. It's 4... No, wait. What is that? 4 size 3s? And then 8 size 2s? And then you could change those out with different racks. So, if it has swappable racks, there's probably going to be bomb racks for it too. Huh. And I guess because it does have... Because in theory, these Stalker 5s, which are the bombs, right? Or was this supposed to be like a... is it bombs or torpedoes? Am I thinking the wrong thing? Yeah, because you don't have cross-section bombs, right? Yeah, torpedoes. So, yeah, I guess if the Gladiator does get access to those same racks, which I can't imagine why it wouldn't. I think this is, once you let the genie out of the bottle, every ship is now a bomber. So it's just a matter of when they get those racks, not if. But since it does have the pretty high capacity, this could still be a pretty potent light bomber ship, or light torpedo. Currently has torps, but the bay was supposed to be modular, so bomb racks someday, I hope. And these Stalker 5s, are those internal? Because the other thing that people don't often consider is that just because you can do something realistically doesn't mean you have to. Right? And Star Citizen is kind of learning this now, 10 years into the making. But sometimes you can just fudge the lines of reality and call it good. Like, right now this has 4 size 5, which is your first size that is considered a torpedo, right? But since this is a video game, you could just double this number and just not say anything about it. You know, just like, don't try to, like, well, where would they physically fit? Like, don't worry about any of that. It just happens. That's what most video games do, and people don't complain. So I think people put way too much weight on trying to make things make sense in a video game we're playing 900 years in the future with World War II style dogfighting tactics. Right? So don't sweat the details, just make it cool, make it fun. And basically what I'm saying with that is, if it has an internal bay for torpedoes, then they might say, well, the bombs are physically bigger than the torpedoes, so they won't really fit. And I'm saying, I don't care. Just make it happen.
The UX team did a...
And back to the Guardian MX, like, come on. You guys definitely saw that episode of Andor where he was flying the TIE Avenger, and you saw their layout, and you're like, huh, that's actually pretty good. We have a ship like that. We should do it like that.
Phenomenal job. We recognize that, like, the dashboard being at the top of the canopy was blocking that valuable space that the player need and want while dogfighting. So we decided to move the dashboard down to each side of the seat, freeing up the top. It gives that feeling of like operating this massive gun turret with all 4 guns sitting at the tip of the wings.
So the MX has a new blast shield, which looks like really cool. It got camera.
It is really cool until you quantum jump. I think that this is a bug because I can't imagine this being intentional gameplay. But when I did get to actually fly my rented MX for a few minutes before my hanger broke, hopefully that's not foreshadowing for today. But what I did notice is when you come out of quantum, it will often redo this animation. So again, that has to be a bug because I can't imagine that would be done intentionally, but very annoying that it does. See, that would be the smart thing, Tsunami Surfer. And first off, welcome to the chat. I haven't seen that username before, so if this is your first stream, welcome. And the question you should ask yourself is, why didn't I do that? And the answer is, I didn't think of it. That's a good point. I think I did try to look for the button, but I couldn't find it. I only spent like 5 seconds, so in that 5 seconds, my brain went, whew, totally different direction, and then I just forgot all about it. And I just dealt with this animation every time I did a jump.
And screens on the inside, so the player can see the outside even when it's closed.
But realistically, isn't every ship this far in the future probably going to be something more akin to this blast shield than a window? Like, because I see 2 options, right? If we keep iterating on the way that we make glass, we will eventually get glass that is property for property just about the same as the steel and aluminum and other metals that we use in the construction of a spaceship. And then there would be no reason to use anything more expensive than glass to give viewable space, right? And if that were the case, then you don't need a blast shield because, again, it's as strong as the materials around it. The other option is we reach a hard limit on what we can do with glass and transparent materials. And so if you do have a combat scenario, you don't want to have an obvious weak point where your astronauts and pilots die horrible deaths in the cold vacuum of space because the glass cracks. Right? So then you would have a blast shield and you would just make this kind of tech where everything is a screen that looks out. You would just make that standard fare, which is, as far as I know, that's how the F-35 works. Like, there's not a lot of information you can get about how its modes of operation are conducted, but from what I've heard and been able to kind of like piece together is the helmet that an F-35 pilot wears, it projects that same kind of see-through your ship view that you would get with this. It's just in the helmet instead. So if we can do that today, then it's entirely feasible that in the future you would have a scenario where you might have the extremities of your ship outlines that you don't hit anything, but otherwise it's just a completely open view, and no matter where you look, you're seeing open sky around you.
It's going to give you a little bit more protectability to make you feel a little bit nicer when you're in that exposed glass cockpit. Compared to the base Guardian, which has more luxuries, has more creature comforts, this one kind of forgoes that.
We completely removed the habitat to make room for a bunch more components. So it now includes 1 size 2 power plant instead of the 2 size 1, and 1 additional size 2 shield generator.
Like the other Mirai ships, how it feels when you pilot it is really quite unique. I'm not that concerned about having a bed and having all the creature comforts and all those things on my ship, especially a ship like this. So the fact that we sacrificed those elements to then reinforce the core.
Okay, so with this view that we have currently, I would like them to see them. I would like to have the MX squat down a little more when it's on its landing gear. Having it sit that high out. Sorry, having it sit that high up. It starts to look very spindly and fragile. So if you just give it the low rider treatment and slap it to the ground, I think that would look significantly better. The base and the chi are like that already, and I think that it looks significantly like. The other note is he's talking about losing those creature comforts, right? Give it a futon, man. See, here's my thought about these kinds of comfort gameplay things. We've got shoilets and beds in just about every ship intended for long-term use. And if they make it so that it is cumbersome to not have a bed or toilet, will that not also make the game just less fun? Like, think about it. How often do you want to take your character to go take a dump? If that happens more than once per gameplay session, that's dumb. And if you're having to shower your character every game session, like even that's excessive, right? You consider the average Star Citizen player, most of us aren't showering for days in between, and now we got to take better care of our characters than we do ourselves? Nah. Don't at me with that. I want my character to perform just as well in the game if it were living that Asmongold life than if I were to actually give it hygiene. And if the game requires me to, like, clip my nails and brush my teeth and comb my hair, if that becomes a requirement where it's so cumbersome to not have a bed that it becomes a part of your decision-making process, that's where I feel like it crosses over the line. And then in the current game, you're often deploying from a station, right? So we don't even get too many options to be out in space for such an extended period of time that you would need to sleep on the job. So it just doesn't feel like it really connects with the reality of this game. So yeah, I think once we have bases, it won't be so bad. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, once you set down a base, we know we're going to have 5 systems at launch of 1.0, right? If we have just 5 systems, I think I could either just land at a station, given what we know about the systems we'll have, or I would just go back to my base location and sleep there. Like, if we had 100 star systems and I'm 20 away and I'm in this ritzy neighborhood where all the hotels are like 1,000 AUC per minute of sleep, then yeah, I'd probably just sleep on my futon. But since we know that scale has been shrunk down quite a bit, then I can't really see a scenario where I couldn't just go home and sleep there. But I think if the gameplay were such that had to happen, that would also not be very fun. What about the camping blade for $15? Well, see, yeah, once you install the camping blade, then you have a hammock that ties between the size 4 guns here, and you can just sleep on the hammock. And now you're sleeping in style, brother. Can you imagine, though? You have I literally want a hammock. And then I want to have to deal with the problem of, well, I forgot to put the hammock away, so now it's flying in front of my windscreen. And I can't see anything. Yeah, camping blades. Next evolution of monetization from CR.
capabilities of the vehicle, that's what I find the most exciting with it.
So even though it is a variant of the Guardian, so much has changed on it that it feels like a completely new ship.
Which
I
is
think
why we
people
can
will
sell
love it.
to you.
I think it's gonna compete with the best heavy armor there is.
Paired with the speed and agility, the ship feels like a menace.
Okay, I can't believe they just said agility. I didn't catch that last time. This thing is not agile. This thing sucks on the agility front.
The
Okay, I can't be going crazy here either. Origin glamping blade for $50. Yeah, that one's got to come with like a little trailer that you can just drag behind your 400i in space. And blades that let you make food and water in your ship. Well, because some, like the 300i, it has the coffee maker, right? But now they're going to sell you a blade so that you can turn it on. Right? You have that on switch, but it doesn't work until you pay the $15. Okay, let's, so we got the MX, the Chi, and they are slightly different, so I suppose we got to leave them all up there. What's a good comparison? The F8, single seat heavy fighter, right? Let's compare it to the F8. Let's see. How do I get to show me the things? Okay, oh, there we go. So, pitch, yaw, roll, 35, 31, 115. 42, 37, 138. So these degree measurements are the important ones when you're talking about agility, because you're usually talking about your turn rate in the 3 axes. Okay, am I just insane? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. According to this, it does actually outperform the F8. It doesn't feel that way, though. Something about it feels weird. Where I don't feel like it really coincides that. Don't just look at the numbers. The G-forces allow you to reach those max angles faster. Yeah, that is a good point. That's going to be your angular acceleration. Does Urkel show that anywhere? Maybe that'll be on SC Ship Performance Viewer. The viewer. Well, why wouldn't you just update automatically if I just clicked onto you? I don't understand that about this site and Urkel. Like, you go ahead and do your thing. I'm not going to be upset. I just clicked onto you. Just give me the latest stuff. Compare. Here we go. So let's grab the base, because I think that's the better performing of the two from this perspective. The MX. And the F8. Okay, so we've got the base in blue. Green is our F8. And it looks like with the translation axes, the base Guardian is the king of all of these, followed by the MX, and then the F8. That's with translation, though. For rotation, I do not see those reflected here. Oh, wait, here it is. Rotation speed in degrees per second of the ship. Okay, so yeah, in all of these again, the base Guardian is better. Then you have the MX, then you have the F8 for yaw. And pitch and roll. I wonder if it's one of those cases then where because of the way it looks, maybe it doesn't feel like you're turning that fast. Because this happens quite a bit. Your brain will take on a bias based off of what it sees, and it might not actually be the most accurate. Yeah, well, that's what we were looking at, Schlag, right? Because this was looking more at the degrees per second. Oh, I guess that's still not actually angular rotation, huh? We should be looking at degrees per second squared. But none of these actually show me angular acceleration. We do have something for translational accelerations. But what I'm thinking right now is because you have those 4 points out in front of you, maybe that causes something visually where it feels like you're not turning or rotating as fast, but according to the data, actually it looks like you are. So might be worth testing in game. They don't show rate of change for rotation, but what I'm looking at over here for top speeds is here with propulsion for G. And the G forces are consistently higher for both Guardian series over the F8. Okay. Yeah, that's some stuff that we'll have to test. And again, maybe it's just a visual thing. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but it's just because of the way that it. Oh man, that would have been like a Mr. Miyagi moment. 0 for 2. There's a little fruit fly going around. Don't know where it came from.
MX is telling you, then you're probably already dead.
So sell everything, buy a Guardian MX. It's just better. Schlag, you would not be insinuating that acceleration is different for a given mass, are you? Because that would be incorrect. Force on a different mass will result in higher accelerations, but if the accelerations are the same, then mass doesn't matter. F equals ma, right? I'll probably be on quite a bit tonight. I don't have anywhere to be tomorrow, so it's all good. Yeah, are you realizing your mistake now, Schlag? Physics, man. It'll get you every time. Then we have the Anvil Asgard. I think that's the correct pronunciation.
The Anvil Asgard is...
I watch all of these beforehand, so he's going to give away the plot in the first line. See if you can catch it.
The Anvil Asgard is the Valkyrie on steroids.
Did you catch it? So if you own a Valkyrie, that ship is lame. You need to get this one. This one's better. Just melt your Valkyrie, get this instead. If you're still flying a Valkyrie in 2025, what are you, poor? If you're a broke boy, just say it, right? $50 less than the C2. Honestly, it would be a tough call. And, you know, the advertisements kind of look like exactly the C2. Keep in mind, Tsunami, though, you're probably looking at the war bond price, right? So if you're buying it with new money, it might be cheaper than the Valkyrie. But what about store credit? You might have more of an issue where people end up spending more money so that they can do the store credit option. I could be wrong, though, but generally my experience has been that something might look cheaper until you actually try to do the math yourself, and then you find, well, I mean, I could get enough store credit if I melted this and this, but then I'd be out this. I'm sure they're going to make money on this. I'm not worried about that.
It's here to deliver larger vehicles than the Valkyrie is capable of, but without the troop deployment side of it. This is for the person with a Nova tank that doesn't have a big enough garage.
I would say it's a beast with tons of weapons. It's ready for action combat.
I cannot imagine a ground vehicle that won't fit in the back of this ship, but I know where we work, so I think that's probably not a good idea to say.
Anyone? Let's place bets. Who wants to say that in next month there's a behind the ships where they talk about a new ground vehicle that actually does not fit the Asgard?
The big exterior change.
Actually, I think we already have one on the roadmap, because there's no way that the base building ground vehicle is going to fit in this. That thing's super long. That's bringing Optimus Prime and his trailer along for the ride. There's no way you're getting that inside this thing.
We've now got our missile rack on top of the ship.
It also looks more aggressive because all of its weapons now face forward. We've got two new wings on the top. They are now supporting engines instead of guns. We have new rear thrusters.
And for $15, you can get the flight blade to activate those thrusters at a higher output so that you can even take off in Atmo. How's that?
To help it propel itself. Now it's carrying a tank. I think one thing to notice is the underwing of the thing. It looks structurally sound. We really tried to make that extra wing that's now carrying an engine look like it can carry an engine.
We've also extended and thickened the rear ramp entrance.
I'll give them that.
So that the bigger Nova can actually fit.
If you're dropping into a battlefield for like a beach landing or something, you just like shoot everything at once, clear the area,
now they just need to
let the tank or whatever come out the back.
We also have a few cool paints.
I think what we just saw with that little Tumbril Storm is probably the only time in recent history where they've been able to deploy a tank from a ship and not have something go catastrophically wrong trying to do it that quickly. I really want to know how many takes did that take, because every time I've tried to use a tank, it's a very careful, it's a very careful and determined manner in which you bring about that effect, right? You're going to be backing up very slowly, checking your mirrors, making sure you're not going to hit nothing. And then just really just ease it out. Because otherwise, you're both blowing up. Every time. The nice thing about Asgard is it's relatively small and can put tanks in harder to reach areas on the Hercs and Ironclad. Yeah, I mean, if it performs similarly to a Valkyrie, then I think you would have a much easier time delivering a tank to a front line than you would in a C2. Every time you land in a C2, unless you know what you're doing, you're always just going to plant that nose in the ground. And then it's even longer for it to come back up. And then you can set out the ramps.
My personal preference is the copper paint.
Oh wait, yeah, he said something about paints. Sorry.
Come out the back.
How much of these can you get without a
We also have a few cool paints. My personal preference is the copper paint.
From the outside, it's obviously impressive. You don't really get the full scope of how big it is until you enter through those front doors and you see the roof just super far above your head. The hangar interior, it's basically just huge cavernous space. A very tall area. It's almost...
Come on, you gotta be trolling me, Schlog. Isn't that just gonna break the ramps?
I've heard it described as being church-like. The side walls repeat in a fashion that's similar to a cathedral. And at the end of it is a window to habitation that draws your eye towards it.
We've cut the crew complement down from 4 to 2 because there's only a pilot and a turret gunner / engineer now. So we have a full bunk for the pilot and the gunner. We then have a little bathroom off to one side.
Really comfortable habitation, suit locker, decent weapon rack.
And a chow line, I think is what we call it still. It also has a slightly bigger cargo grid than the Valkyrie. This one gets up to 180, but that...
Alright, and I'm totally ripping off Salty Mike's reaction, because I watched his reaction to this too. They were so close to getting a perfect size cargo grid, because this is 4 high. Now, I would say that it actually still needs to be... I think if you're going to have a 4 high cargo grid, you need to actually make it 5 high, to be OSHA compliant, because you need some space to move the boxes around. And then they made it 5 wide. And if they had just added one more, then you could get 3 rows of these big boy boxes. But now you're going to still have to deal with all the small boys. Also, just realized your video versus voice is offset. If video is at 100%, you are around 60? Oh, are you talking audio? Is the video audio too high?
That's floor to ceiling in the back there, so it can be a little unwieldy if you do fill it up all the way. It's kind of in that weird spot where it's a military ship with an enormous cargo hold, so it kind of gets the best of both worlds.
You can get your tank on the battlefield with ease.
It can also bump
providing as much fire as it wants to. You've then closed that ramp, lifted back off, and got the hell out.
I'm really disappointed they didn't have Fortunate Son playing. Okay, well, I just dropped it down. Might be a little too late, because we are just now ending. But anytime you do something dropship related for an ad, CIG, just take notes. you should be playing Fortunate Son instead of whatever music this is. I'm really tempted to, but I am not going to. I'm not going to go find Fortunate Son to play, because that will get this channel struck down real quick. Okay, that is spoiler for later. Close Discord for now. Close that. All right. So, actually, no, I do need the internet back up. Come back. They did have a version of Flight of the Valkyrie on the original reveal. But Fortunate Son, man. I mean, dropships, helicopters, Fortunate Son, every time. It's mandatory. It's a rule. Let's look at the power store, where you buy all the power you want in the game, and sometimes you can buy skins. And this time around, we do have an Invictus Blue and Gold. Looks quite nice. This might actually be from years past. But gives kind of a Blue Angels vibe with that. Now, the thing that I want you to pay attention to, actually, this is part of a video that I plan on releasing. So let me go back and hit the record button. Hello everybody, this is Odd Job Entertainment bringing you another YouTube video and annoying my live viewers on stream as I do a YouTube introduction. We're looking at paints on the Power Store from CIG. And looks like we do have a new Invictus Blue and Gold. It might be from a year past, I can't remember. I've been a backer for way too long, so after a while it all starts to blend together. But as we're scrolling through this, I want you to take note of how few skins there are for any individual ship. Like for the Avenger, you got 4 paints. For the Eclipse, you got, oh yeah, just 2. Gladius doing a little better, you got 3. And there's some more that are not on the store that you can earn. Like, I know there's a Icebreak skin for the Gladius that looks pretty cool. There's also been the, I think they do it for St. Patrick's Day. But there's that one as well. So this doesn't show everything, is what I'm saying. But with that said, there's still not a whole lot of skins being sold for any individual ship. We have the Saber coming in hard with 6. 6 is not a lot. Asgard got 4 at launch, and it probably won't get very many new skins for quite a while. That tends to be what they'll do, is they'll release a ship with a slew of skins, and then they don't get any more for a long time. The F7 is kind of an exception because it had the Mark 1 that had its own flurry of skins, and then the Mark II came out and they added to it, and they're cross compatible. Oh, this one's kind of cool. Blacksmith paint, which is it's straight up just a blackout paint, which is pretty sick. But I think the point is still pretty well made. There's not a lot of skins. Schlag is saying there's about 500 for the cutter. Let's see. Maybe I need to keep scrolling. There's a lot of ships, so there's a lot of total number of skins on the store, but any individual ship doesn't seem to have a whole lot. Here we go. Cutter has 8 that you can get in a pack. So it is doing better. Not quite as many as the F7C Mark II, because that one had 9. But Cutter's still doing pretty good. And I'm glad that a starter ship is getting a lot of love. But I think the case still stands. For any given ship, not a ton of paints. And that is something that we want to fix today. So I've been I've been working on something here. I made a little coloring page for the Gladius. I felt inspired to help CIG fix their monetization problem. So I decided, hey, you know what? Let's just draw some skins. Let's make it real easy. And that way they'll have all kinds of options to pull from. All right, so this one is one I whipped up real quick. It's kind of a Blue Angels inspired one. So if I show you the OG Blue Angels, I'm pretty sure just about anybody would recognize this skin. They are world famous, but they're elite U.S. Navy pilots that fly. I'm not going to try and say if it's like an F-15, F-16. I don't know my jets that well to be able to tell you the difference. But they fly U.S. jets, and they do amazing aerobatics. They're really cool. And they do all kinds of flying information. The distances that they get between each other is just unreal. So right off the bat, having a Blue Angels inspired skin, that is an easy sell, right? You make this skin, it's going to sell, CIG. Don't worry. You can bank that. So let's try doing something else. Let's see. Let's see what chat thinks. What kind of... Oh, they fly F-18s now? Okay, there you go. Those were F-18s. Probably. What's a skin people would like to see? Let's get some suggestions from chat. While I get this layer configured correctly, so it needs to be on kind. That's the layer type. That. Nope, I was looking at the wrong box. That's why. Multiply. That's why. That's right. All right, no suggestions from chat, which means that we'll just go with what my first thought was. My first thought went to some of the weapon skins from Call of Duty. There's one in particular that I couldn't seem to find. Oh, there it is. Spectrums. So if we do something kind of inspired from that, I feel like that would be a pretty good skin on a Gladius. So if we want to do that, we're going to grab an airbrush. We're going to do some horizontal symmetry. And a lot of this you guys can't see because I'm doing it on my graphics tablet below my main screen. But once I start interacting with it, it'll be pretty obvious. And then, let's see, they start with, I want to do this kind of color transition from like a reddish orange out to a green. So something kind of like that. And then on top of that, we're going to add another layer. And then this time we're going to grab a really dark color. And a harder brush. Probably something like my pencil brush. We'll increase the size. You gotta do a line going down the middle. Yeah, that brush doesn't look right, does it? Not quite what we're looking for. What about this one? This one? That actually could work. Let's try this. Okay. Now what we'll do is we'll decrease the opacity for a second so that I can come in with I actually need to change it on this layer too, huh? Let's give it like a green canopy. And then what we'll do is we'll erase it in this layer. Okay, there we go. $5.99. What do you think? I think as a very quick, simple skin, I think it works. So let's do another one. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put those in a group. Rainbow stripes. There we go. Why is it doing that? Yeah, new group from layers. Come on. Rainbow stripes. Not strips, stripes. Okay, well that just kind of breaks it. Okay, I'll just have to remember that those go together, I guess. That'll be the easier thing to do. So, we're up to 2 skins so far. Schlag says blue and orange and flame stripes. Blue and orange and flame stripes. Oh, I need to change the layer type to multiply as well. Let's actually do, because I already did a blue and kind of yellow orange. So let's flip that on its head and let's do orange base. I'm going to try and not cover so many of the mechanical details this time around. So let's see. Uncover too far. Uncover those guys. Okay, and then if we lock that layer, we can create something on top. And let's pull up the best inspiration for sci-fi color layouts. Something like that might be kind of cool. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Marcus Starkiller. Make sure that that's normal or multiply as well. That's not working, is it? Why are you doing that? Oh, I think I know why. Let's actually just delete this layer then. And we'll just do it on the parent layer. And there we go. Nope, nope. You gotta do it in one stroke, otherwise it's not gonna look good. So something like that, I think that actually looks pretty good. Let's see. If I do... Let's do this. Let's duplicate this layer so we can create a couple different layouts. And then I can go back to this one, draw that star again, because that was really easy. So you have that one. Oh, I must not have pressure sensitivity on. Let's do that. Stripes could be cool, right? We could even give them like a unifying center line. Schlag says he dropped some in the Discord for me. Where did you say you left that? Oh, maybe it's not here yet. Okay. All right, let's keep playing around then. Another thought I had was racing liveries. I mean, like, and this is another thing where I think Star Citizen might get too hung up on making things realistic where it's not really necessary. Like, is the Hoonigan racing team going to exist 900 years in the future? Probably not. Does that mean we can't have a Hoonigan livery for a spaceship? No, it does not. I mean, they do some pretty awesome skins. So let's see if we can replicate something Hoonigan-esque. This one's probably a pretty good representation of what I think people would associate with like their motif. So I'm gonna need that round brush, soft round brush again. And let's see, we were going from cyan, blue, magenta. Cyan, blue, magenta. Cyan, blue, magenta. Oop. Gotta make that a clipping layer. Clipping mask. Sorry, wrong word. Cyan. Blue. Let's follow the wing shape a little bit. And then magenta. Put it on multiply. And then let's see. Here we probably redo the monster logo. So we start with the black base coat. Let's see, I'll pull this up on my phone so I don't have to keep switching to the web page. I could have sworn I changed my brush. Okay, we're there now. And again, is Monster going to exist in 900 years in the future? Probably not, right? But we're still going to have some energy drink brand. And so CIG could easily just say, all right, well, this Monster-esque brand is, it's just what replaces in the future. You know, like, you really don't need to think too hard about the lore. Don't get caught up in those details. It only needs to be convincing enough that people will allow themselves to believe it for the sake of playing the game. Where lore does make more of a difference is when you have an established IP like Star Wars and then you start messing around with that lore. That's when you get people upset. But everything is new in Star Citizen, so you can still pretty much make up whatever you want. Oh yeah, once you add that green, I feel like this skin is really starting to pop. what else did they put on there? Got some kind of cool things going on with like the way the colors blend into each other. What we could probably do is we could like pick a color, use the correct brush, why am I on a different layer all of a sudden? What the heck? Then we can grab our blue, pull that back into the cyan. We can add a grayscale element in the back like they have there. Let's bump this flow up. Holy cow. There we go. Get some color in there. Or I guess anti-color, because it's like there was magenta and now it's just black. Add some interesting, just kind of randomized texture, blending the two areas. And for the brief time I spent on it, I feel like that looks pretty good. We can quickly just hash out some sponsorship locations, right? There we go. 100% flow. That's the way to go. What does Omega sell? No idea, but they're a sponsor. They're a sponsor too. Don't know what that is. Feel like that's looking pretty good. Enough to sell the idea, right? And I gotta do one that is. Oh, that's probably why I jumped to another layer. Okay, well, gotta keep that then. Let's get kind of a olive drab color. Come on, correspond to pen pressure. And these guys over here have been kind of lonely. Let's get them colored in. Oh, that's kind of a problem, huh? I have symmetry turned on still. Let's turn that off for a second. So I can color in this top ship. Ironically, that didn't cause too much of an issue, so that's kind of good. Okay, and you know what literally every military jet needs? They need a shark skin camo. I don't know why this isn't standard fare on all of our ships. They finally did one for the Idris. I think it looks awesome. But, let's see, let's get a nice kind of grayish, more gray color. We'll just, it's still a green, but it's just a lighter green, just to give our shark a little bit of a belly. Oh, and let's lock it so that we don't paint over stuff we don't want to. Keeps dropping my flow down to 38%. Why is it doing that? That's driving me nuts. Okay, I need something that gives me better teeth shape. So we might just stick with our hard round brush. Zoom in. Still on brush. Right? Tell me that does not look sick. And I had a picture pulled up on my phone earlier. How do they do the eyes? Okay, so that's going to be kind of like a teardrop shape then. Well, actually, I think I know how I want to do it. I don't care who you are. That is awesome. Okay, let's replicate that on our other views. And then we'll turn, come on, there we go. Turn symmetry on and move it here. Probably miscounted the teeth. Who cares? We'll just go with whatever has more teeth. More teeth, always better. Oh, it's beautiful. It's like a futuristic bullet bill coming towards you. I love it. Let's see what chat's saying. I haven't been able to look at it so far. Yeah. Woo. So that's another one for the books. And you know what? We can even add some skin variation for the shark, right? Like, if we go ever so slightly darker and less saturated, we can turn off symmetry. Give ourselves a bigger brush. Because I think they did this on the Idris too, where it's just a little bit of skin variety. But, oh man, you cannot tell me this doesn't look like, I would buy this, hands down. Whoops. Got a little carried away with the brush there, didn't I? I think it's beautiful. I'm not going to try and add it to the front because I think I'll just screw up the eyes. But you guys get the idea. So easy, it would definitely sell, right? Like, come on, CIG, this is easy money. This is such low-hanging fruit. If you need more money, make shark skins. Every combat ship should have a shark skin. This is like the easiest idea you could think of. Work off commission for every sale of a specific paint, you get paid. I mean, CIG, if you need an amateur artist to do rough sketches in Photoshop to inspire your artists, here I am. Hire me. I will gladly take your money. Let's see. Let's do this. If I pop... Yeah, okay. So now I can pull up Photoshop. Okay. If I leave that there, do you guys promise not to say anything naughty that gets me banned? Oh, can't see it anyways. Crap. How can I do this? I want to have chat available. I just can't have the things I want. I'll just have to keep flipping back. Okay, so let's see what else we can come up with. Let's go back to racing liveries, because these are another easy low-hanging fruit. If you've ever played Forza, this is like a mandatory skin for every single car. I don't even know what team this is, but every single car in Forza will have this team's livery made for it, like the day it releases. So let's get this one in there. We pull out the... It's going to be kind of a... kind of this blue. I think that's right. Then we need an orange to go with it. I think that kind of orange. Okay. I think we can work with that. Use symmetry to double up my speed. I'm like Sonic the Hedgehog, gotta go fast. I also think it's kind of funny how, like, from your guys' perspective, like, the change will just suddenly appear on screen. So, you guys can see me, like, furiously scribbling in the camera, and then it won't pop up into the view window until I lift up the pen, and then it's, ah, there it is, all at once. Okay, so we got that. And then they just do kind of a... I kind of dig the line, but I think that this will appeal to probably more people just because it has more variety going for it. And I feel like it follows the contours of a jet better. I forgot to lock the alpha channel. There we go. Alpha channel locked. Now we can do that. And then if I grab black, create a small brush. Even smaller brush. It's not very good. We're just going to fill that in with orange. No one's going to know. No one's going to know. And then once we convert this to a multiply layer, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. There's your racing team livery skin. Another easy one, CIG. Schlag, you said you were going to send something in the Discord, right? Am I missing it? Some. Oh, okay. All right, here it is. I was just in the wrong channel. There we go. I like that. I could totally see this on like an Origin ship too, because it's already on a luxury jet, right? But let's do one for the Gladdy. Let's see, that one was already rocking kind of a white base, so we can leave most of this untouched. We just need a kind of gold color. I want to go darker than that. Yeah, that's kind of the gold that I want. Okay, and I know what you're thinking. This looks like a horrible shade of brown, but think about it. What color is gold if there's no light source? So much of what you interpret about color comes from the surrounding lights, especially when it is applied to metals. If you have no highlights anywhere being caused by light being refracted differently, then metals are pretty unimpressive. You need that light information to tell you what's going on. Let's carve out the window again. Oops. We can bump the opacity back up and finally change it to multiply. And there you go. Just with that little change, it looks a lot more metallic than it did, right? Because you have more information about those colors. There we go. I like that. So kind of like a luxury cruise liner or a luxury private jet. What's Air Force One is like baby blue and gold, right? not Air Force Ones. I don't want shoes. Oh, and then Trump recently acquired that new Qatari jet that's going to be red, white, and blue. So that's kind of cool. There we go. That's a good look at the color palette. So we'll do a three view one of this one, because from the top it's going to be mostly white with some blue. From the side you're going to see that gold line, and then you'll be able to see that lighter colored blue underbelly. So something like that for the top. From the top. I'm thinking of that Linkin Park song. I don't know any other lyric than "from the top," because he sings it way too fast. I can't keep up. Oh yeah, symmetry is a problem. Let's turn that off. I guess from the front it just looks like everything's blue. Yeah, all that frontal area is covered. Alright, then we need that same gold color from before. It's working for us. Then let's grab this lighter blue. And because I was a little sloppy with the paint, let's carve out the window again. Boom. There you go. Air Force One inspired ship skin. I wasn't a fan of it, but then I turned on the multiply and saw how it interacted with the shadows, and I think I'd buy this one too. Let's just clean that up a little bit. And then, what's the new Air Force One skin? I mean, if we did one, we might as well do the other, right? So, crimson band across the middle, thin white stripe, blue bottom. Got it. So I think for this one, we'll just do. Let's do the side view. And then it was more of a navy, wasn't it? Yeah, so we need a darker blue. Oh, I think I messed up my line. There we go. Nothing Control Z can't fix. Swap it over to multiply, and there you go. Now we got 2 Air Force One skins. Are we getting the message yet, CIG? It's pretty easy to make skins. See if we can't pull another one from one of these. That one's kind of cool. See if we can do something with that. Oh, shoot. Discord. There we go. So, we're looking at the top. Okay. I'm ready. I can do this. Except I need to turn on clipping mask again. Goodness. And I feel like this would cover the tops of the wings too. This is kind of the vibe of the skin. If I were to apply it to a fighter jet. It's not the most tactical color, but it'll look good. Ooh, and I just thought of something that would look really good for where that lighter blue comes into play. Swap that over to multiply. Just because it had like 2 kind of lines, throw something like that in there. Let's see if we can get a PNG of this. To honor the 2 years that I spent in Mexico, I think this would be a pretty sick one to do. Okay, fine. I always get sketched out with these PNGs. I haven't gotten a virus yet, but it always makes me nervous. It's only going to take one time, right? Capitalize it so I see it. But then I can just drag it down. Okay, now I got to figure out how to do what I was thinking of doing. I want to use this to create a negative to then stamp onto the plane. create a mask. Then I can take I think if I drop it oh, nope, that didn't work. That opened a new document. Oh, okay. This might be... I'll go ahead and do it this way so that I can... use it in the future. Create a brush. Go to Edit, Define Brush Preset. Edit. Define Brush Preset. Okay. Ooh, alright. This is kind of funky. So now I don't actually need this layer. And in theory... Yeah! Let's go! Kind of a ham-fisted way of doing it, because it's not blending anything. There, that's a little better. Alright, and if we're going to do a red, white, and blue that has some Mexican iconography in it, got to do one that has my homeland's iconography on it, which is also another fairly obvious skin. And, you know, CIG is a multinational country, or multinational company, but, like, Call of Duty... You know, you can equip your country's emblems as calling cards in just about every iteration of the game. So why not some ship skins? You know, doing flags should be pretty easy. I mean, here I am doing one of the harder ones already. Those Americans, you got to worry about like 50 stars and a bunch of stripes. I probably should have done the stripes first, because now I'm going to have a bunch of like weird overlaps with oh shoot. I could fix it. It's not going to be a bad deal. Alright, and then we're just going to draw stars for the rest of the night, guys. Buckle in. It's about to get real here. I can go faster, don't worry. Is anyone keeping count? We don't want to put too many stars. We haven't gotten that 51st state yet. That's a good way to find out real quick if you have any Canadian viewers. Or I guess I should say if I had any Canadian viewers. They're probably gone after that. The more I go, the less they look like stars, huh? It's also hard because I'm like trying to draw stars, but sideways so that they go along with the ship. First world problems, I suppose. Oh, we're just giving up any semblance of holding a line now, aren't we? My stars got worse the closer to the nose I got. There we go. The most beautiful ship in the universe. There's never been a livery more beautiful than this. You can't beat Old Faithful. White bottom, gold trim, baby blue. I would spring for that. Right? I mean, so far, all of these skins, I feel like these are pretty easy sales. I think that these are all just very underutilized. Yeah, let's keep an eye on the comments once this turns into a VOD, because my streams live have never done super hot, but maybe we'll get some angry Canadians commenting in the future that are watching it later. We would welcome you with open arms. You wouldn't have to be so nice to people. You could be Americans. The memes write themselves. All right, let's do one more. I think I want to steal another weapon camo. Gold, gold is always an easy option too. Also, the fact that not every ship already has a blackout paint. Come on, CIG. Black is like the easiest color to sell as a skin. You just black out the whole ship and you're printing money. I mean, once Bungie finally released the super black shader for Destiny 2, all of my fashion choices got super easy. I just put the super black skin on everything. Doesn't matter if it's weapons, armor, everything is just black now. Let's see, what's really speaking to me right now? Ice Cave looks pretty cool. But I feel like we already have something kind of like that, so maybe not. Oh, I think that would go pretty hard. So we're gonna need a dark gray base. And then looks like we got three grays there, and they're doing kind of a splotchy stripe. Okay, do I not have... Okay, there we go. Pen pressure turned on. Something slightly lighter than that. We're just going to kind of randomly intersperse it with the other two grays. Did I accidentally pick exactly what my color background was? That was not intentional. Turn that to multiply. Now it's a little easier to see, right? All right, and then we got that neon green color. And how are they doing that? Is it just kind of random splotches? They're kind of going across the stripes, right? There. Don't want to overdo it. I think that looks pretty good. So, in the course of... let's check the time. Like just over an hour, basically. We've created... How many skins? And granted, yeah, there's a bit of 3D modeling that has to happen to like get these to work right, but I mean, come on, It's not like it's that hard. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 skins, just over an hour. Come on, CIG, up your game. This is like the easiest way to print money, and you're not doing it. Like, come on, that goes so hard. That would be such a cool skin. The triple gray camo stripes with little neon green splotches. That would go so hard in like a pyro setting. Now that I'm looking at chat, Schlag had the idea best in show paint, but purple is not an option. So that'll be our last one for tonight before we move on to some other stuff. Wrong glove. Use my artist glove to do art. Can't use my gamer glove to do art. Gamer glove is for my right hand. I worked with a doctor at the last clinic I worked at. He's left-handed, and he would always move the mouse to the left side. Talk about degenerate behavior. I'm left-handed, and I don't do that. Because it's annoying for everyone else, and you just learn how to use the computer right-handed as a left-hander. But you right-handers, you best be careful. You might only make up 17% of the population, but we're going to start a coup, and we're going to overthrow all you right-handers. So if we're going to do a best in show, let's look at previous best in show paints. And I agree, purple is not an option. We got way too many purple best in show paints. And just when you think they're almost going to do a blue, then they end up making it purple still. Like, I think this was like the best in show I've seen because it wasn't purple. Man, they really just every year they just make it purple somehow, don't they? Oh, that's right. There was this year. These ones were pretty good. Oh, and then there was this year they did white and gold. That was pretty cool. We already did blue and gold, so I don't really want to do that. Best in show. I'm kind of feeling like you keep the white base and then you do some metallic red striping. Like a dark red, like that kind of red. Like what we had on that other one, that other best in show paint. This one I want to do a little bit better of a job of following the contours of the ship. A little too big of a brush there. And actually, let's start over and use symmetry to make my job go faster. We don't want to be here all night doing one skin. Okay. Flip that to multiply. And then to kind of sell the metallic effect. Metallic effect, not Metallica effect, whatever that would be. I need to turn off symmetry because the shadows aren't going to be symmetrical. Just throw some highlights on there to really just sell the idea that this is a highly reflective skin. There. Yeah. What do you think, Schlag? Would you put this on your ship? Would you be happy if you got this as a best in show? Welcome back, Wills. Oh, sorry. It's... Alright, so here's something I've been thinking. The problem that I have is if I'm in this position, people don't have too much of an issue hearing me, I don't think. The problem is as soon as I lean forward to work on something, then we run into the issues with the microphone. I've been thinking about actually switching to using my DJI mini mic. That's a portable thing that I use for tutorials and stuff, but I think I might just use it full time because then the volume will stay more consistent. But I apologize. But I feel like this looks pretty good as a best in show. I'd use it. So let's go ahead and save off some of these skins so that we can put them in a thread complaining to CIG about monetization here in a bit. Let's see. Speaking of monetization, they could literally make one that was dollar bills. Okay, so there's our best in show. I still really like this one. Holy cow. I love it so much. What did they call it? Neon. Let's call it Neon Night, right? Still kind of gives the idea of what we were going for, but without as much of a risk claim. Whoa, 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 whoa. That was... Those two buttons should not be that close together. Holy cow. Whew. For this one, I gotta break out the text tool. Clearly, the best skin in the game. There's never been one better. This is the best. This is huge. I can't wait to put this on Spectrum and have people freak out over that. People take things way too seriously nowadays. The best. That's what I'm calling it as the file name. The best skin. What do we call this one? This one was based off of the plane Schlag shared here. Air Tahiti, looks like it says. And then we put an Aztec logo, which has nothing to do with Tahiti. I feel like, I mean, I guess just Air Mexico, but no, that wouldn't make much sense, would it? Ooh, okay, we'll call it Doomsday because of the Aztec calendar, right? Okay, it didn't let me save it. Let's try again. There we go. Alrighty. Because the file is already in use or was left open by another app. What are you talking about? Did it save it or not? Dang it. It didn't. This one saved. That's good. The best. Let's save the document. Make sure that that's still good. Maybe that'll kind of kick it in the butt. I might have been going too fast for it to keep up with the file management. Then we got this one. This is the new paint job for the Air Force One. And then here's the OG Air Force One. When you see so many skins concepted this quick, it makes you think that maybe someone at CIG isn't making enough skins. What do we call this one, Schlag? What kind of plane was that had this? I could call it a Honda. Hondo sounds kind of good, but I want to make sure it doesn't mean anything. Okay, yeah, just like hole in Spanish. Okay, that's fine. It's a money pit. But calling it a Honda would be a little bit too on the nose. We'll change one letter. I suppose I should probably actually know the name of this team. Okay, yeah, that sounds right. I'm pretty sure I've heard it called the Gulf livery before. It's doing that thing again where it doesn't want to save it. I guess I'll save the document again. And then I'll try again. And then it will probably let me. There we go. Come on. Do the thing. That one saved. All right, I'm gonna close the program and come back. That's gonna fix it, right? Working on designing a 3D printed hula hoop that can disassemble into 5 sections and travel in a suitcase. That's pretty neat. Are you finding you're running out of hula hoop availability on your travels, Mr. Arrow? Coincidentally, you might find some valuable insight from a video I uploaded recently where I was talking about Kev's 3D printed bicycle. And a hula hoop is awfully similar to a bicycle wheel. So if you haven't seen that already, I reference a video from Need It Make It where he talks about 3D printed joinery. Thank you. I always aim to please. Okay, I guess we're just not going to save that one for a minute. Let's try saving some of these others, I guess. First attempt failed with the centripetal force. Yeah. I mean, you don't think about it, but I bet we'd be surprised by how much force a hula hoop undergoes when it's going through that motion, because you get them going pretty quick. What was that, your 8-year-old daughter though that broke it, or was it Dad getting a little too aggressive with the toy? Uh-huh, sure. Don't worry. Your secret's safe with us, Mr. Arrow. It's okay to get excited as a dad. I wish I had kids to make cool stuff for, but you do kind of need someone to make the kid with before you can have the kid. And that's been what's hung me up so far. Okay, I'm going to try saving Gulf one more time. It worked! It's beautiful! We got Gulf saved. I think these two are a good example of what you can do as like a low cost skin, right? Like, you're not going to charge top dollar for these, but people would still buy them as long as the price made sense. You know, something around the $5 or below mark, I think, for those. Just got a Star Citizen ad while playing Star Citizen. Nice. Yeah, I've been seeing those pop up quite a bit more. Kind of an interesting tactic on CIG's part. Start advertising to normies while the game is still not doing super hot and during such major controversy, as the Europeans would say. Not controversy, they say controversy or something like that. I can't even really do it. The way they enunciate is kind of weird sometimes. Heard it here first. Europeans are weird. It's like that movie quote. Bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off for them. You know, in my head, this one was going to look super awesome. I'm not super thrilled with the implementation. I don't super know how to fix it, but I think we got some really cool ones later on, so I'm not too broken up about it anymore. Let's just call this weird tiger. Fine. We'll save another one first, and then that will probably kick it into gear again. Okay, that one's saved. Try this again. Weird tiger. Okay, that worked. So with that, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 skins. Not bad. And that's 14 in addition to the... How many did the Gladius have? I think it only had 3 that you could get on the store. Right? So that would bring the total up to 17 skins. And let's not pretend that it would be that much more difficult to just add these onto a 3D model. Like, I don't have the software to do it, and I would struggle to learn the interface for a little bit. But you have the model in front of you, and you're basically like just brushing it on there too, or selecting sections and applying it to a material. You know, there's a lot of things that speed it up so that you could quickly make skins for ships. If anyone says making textures is hard, don't believe them. They're lying. Yeah, we have 2 Luminalia skins for the Gladius, but you can't get those on the store. You know, and we're just trying to fix their monetization for them, since they can't seem to figure out how to make money without destroying their game in the process. But I mean, this is probably my favorite one of the night. Sharks and combat ships, just, it's like peanut butter and jelly. It is a match made in heaven. So good. So good. Odd Job Entertainment, probably one of the best content creators on YouTube. Still sticking around that commie hellhole. Well, I don't know if you were here for this, Wills, but we covered the difference between greed and ambition. Because as of late, certain members of the community have been conflating the two. And that's very dangerous, you see. Ambition and greed are not the same thing. They're kind of two sides of the same coin, as in total opposites, or part of a spectrum, you may say, but definitely not the same. So that was kind of an interesting revelation. Earlier, was it today or yesterday that I saw that one? I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we do a Spectrum post now, or should we wait until I can get a video out? Probably wait until I get a video out. Then I'll share it with you guys, and you guys can boost it up. So for now, let's just let's see if we can play the game today. I'd like to play. I want to play Star Citizen. I have tried multiple times throughout the week and have not been successful. My hangar has like deleted itself somehow. If anyone happens to be in the game, it might be helpful to get a lift out of there. You're at Everest. I'm at Area 18. If you want to make your way there, I'd appreciate it in case I need a pickup. Oh, and I should get... Hold on. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna fill up my water. Because those things go together, right? Out with the old, in with the new. And then I'll be right back. just to clarify, going pee and refilling my water, those are two separate actions. They're not related. I'm not Bear Grylls. I don't enjoy drinking urine. Which, talk about totally fake scenarios. Did Bear Grylls ever do anything real in his show? I mean, he made a pretty big name for himself for like survival advice, but I think most of the time if you actually did what he showed in the show, you would probably die. Yeah, so I say. I'll never tell.
1 second, let me turn down my volume.
Connecting to tranquil atmosphere.
Oh, nice. Oh no, did I just crash? That's fun. Okay then. Oh, nope, it's back.
See, we already read this last time we were online, so now there's nothing to read here. CIG should just, they should change out the circular loading icon for like a dancing Pico. That'll keep people entertained for hours.
But like the loading screens don't last hours anymore. They last minutes.
Yeah, but you would have people like just quitting the game and restarting so that they can watch Pico. That would be the game for some people.
Well, some people's game is just looking at quantum effects.
Yeah. Man, gotta respect those cargo traders. I can't stand it, but other people seem to enjoy it.
Yeah. Been looking at trying to get into it, because why not? Got a new ship, want to test it out for that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But kind of can't if I can't land in a hangar.
Makes it a little tricky, doesn't it?
Yeah. So I need to go to like the gateway systems or the main, like fucking main systems above the planets.
Speaking of quitting the game to rejoin to watch Pico dance, I forgot to activate my joystick software.
Oh no.
I'm not doing that again. I want to use my sticks this time. Okay, they're both on. They're both powered on. Click that. Now I'll be able to operate, function.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to. What the? Huh? Why is it vibrating? Settle down, ship.
You know, speaking of hour-long waiting times, have you ever played Tarkov?
No. I don't really have any intentions to play it either.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely it's a tough game to get into, and I haven't really stuck with it, but I had a friend who played. Well, actually, it's the community manager, Slooty. He got me into it for a little bit, and then he bailed on it. He has a habit of doing that, by the way. He got me into Destiny 2, and then dipped. Got me into Tarkov, and then dipped. Very frustrating man. But when a new patch cycle comes out for that, it's hours of just waiting in a queue to log in. It mind-boggling stuff.
Yeah.
I would legitimately just like get myself into the queue before going to work, and then by the time I came home, I was just about ready to get in.
Gosh, I could not. I honestly don't have time for that.
Yeah. And maybe it's not related to like the patch cycle. Maybe something was going on with like their login servers, but that was my first experience, and that was not great.
But like also Tarkov has the one massive cheating issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Glad
at
I
the
caught
time
myself.
the last time I saw a report on it, it was 1 in every 3 players. It's probably up from then because I know a lot of people have left. And at that point, you're left with mostly cheaters.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's mostly
Goat's
cheaters
video
against cheaters.
really blew the lid off that crazy stuff.
But the Valkyrie released today. No, the new Valkyrie version.
Yeah, the Valkyrie ER. More Valkyrie than the Valkyrie. It's the Valkyrie-est.
It's a bit longer.
Yeah, the cargo's bigger. It's a little longer. It has more thrusters, but I don't know. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, that and the MX are kind of on my nerves for ship releases.
Any of our associates for help or rental opportunities.
Yeah. I'm looking at purchasing or like CCU upgrading to the Apollo again.
Yeah.
Like I CCU'd upgrade to the Apollo on the RSI day, and then like on the last and like a few days later, I decided to sell my silly little RSI Phoenix and buy the RSI Perseus.
Oh, okay. What was the Phoenix again?
The other Connie.
Oh. Oh, that... That's right. That's the Connie that I hate. I do not like the, quote, luxury of the Phoenix.
I absolutely loved its seats. The look of their seats was amazing.
Yeah, those were
But
good.
that was just pretty much... The
But all
seats and the
the-
PVC was like its only use case
Yeah.
for me.
The material furnishings, though, that was like you have a third grader just slap expensive materials in random spots.
Definitely.
And what was up with that border on the floor? You know the one I'm talking about, like right next to the bar, where it just kind of, it's like a bunch of crisscrossing wooden planks of marble and then the hardwood floor.
I don't think I can. I think I sold it too early on.
Alright, well, next time you're on a Phoenix, take a look at the floor next to the bar, and you'll immediately see what I'm talking about. It's like, part of it looks like they were trying to blend in the wood planks with the shape of the wood planks into the marble flooring that the bar is comprised of. But then it's not like perfect wood planks either. It's got squiggly lines.
Customs personnel at all times. Their job is your safety.
I just can't make heads or tails what they were thinking there.
Vehicle retrieval system.
Hopefully no one at CIG was like super sold on that design, like, oh, they like my stuff.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle
Never.
has been delivered to the following location.
The latest travel
Oh,
information.
maybe I don't need a pickup.
And arrival boards conveniently located throughout the spaceport.
It did pull a ship into my hangar, so maybe I'm good. Maybe it's fixed now.
Well, I'm here at Area 18. I need to claim my Scorpius anyways. What ship were you planning to claim?
Well, this time it was a prospector. Last time I was trying to pull up a rented MX that I had gotten, and I only got to play for like 5 minutes on the whale account with that before it borked itself, but it seems like that's working. I wonder if I still have the saddlebags that I had gotten for it, because maybe I can
Welcome.
just
to the
rebuild
ASOP
my
vehicle retrieval
prospector.
system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again.
Goodbye, ship. You will be missed.
Bye.
They have reduced the loot pools on all of the major cargo giving stuff.
What do you mean?
So, like, Vaughn no longer spawns the expensive drugs, no longer spawns maize,
Oh, really?
weevil eggs, and quantanium. Not at all.
Okay. Those are all good for now. Now the real question is, do I have saddlebags in my inventory here? If I do, then I can swap those out and get more storage. You can tell I bought a lot of armor just before they put the change in. That makes that you don't need multiple sets of armors.
Oh yeah, I did the same thing. So I have a ton of brush drift armor at Orison.
Mm-hmm. Yep, same here. Except Area 18, but...
They have made ships persist on your hangar until you actually call them down now.
It looks like I have a full set of comp boards, because it looks like those persisted. That's cool.
They're no longer classified as consumables, thankfully.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is a change I can get behind. Okay, I did not see any mining bags. So, those might still be considered consumables. I don't know.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Maybe if I sort by vehicles, show up. Yeah. Alright, so last time I had also tried to make some changes to my ship loadout, and then it never seemed like it actually applied. So it shows that I've got this stuff equipped in the app. Let's see if I can actually pull the ship out now.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Oh! We're playing, boys. We're gonna play some video games tonight. In our super edgy prospector paint.
That looks great.
Yeah, I love this paint. Oh, there's the button.
You can technically get a Polaris for like 6 months for like $600.
Oh, what's that? What's that one coming from?
The Perseus.
What's the price difference between them?
Well, apparently Perseus is still the concept, and it's like $600 right now, while the Polaris is like $950 or something like that.
Oh, so you're technically getting like a $350 discount on it. Polaris.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. For at least 6 months. 'Cause there's speculations that the Perseus will come out this IAE. Yeah. The
Well-
Perseus is a 675 and the Polaris is 975.
Well, I hope they can get it out as soon as possible, because sooner that's out of the way, sooner they can get to my JPEG.
Yeah. Potentially 2027. From what I've heard.
But the fact that we even talk about ships this way, where it's like, oh yeah, I can get a discount on a $900 ship by buying a $600 ship, like that's part of the monetization problem in itself.
Like, it was nothing really big for me because like I already had that much money in store credit, so I just store credit CCU upgraded for like 200, since the Corsair or the Apollo that I had was 275, and I had a $350 ship already there.
Yeah, that kind of still goes along with my point, though. Like, we're talking
Yeah.
huge amounts of money being put into digital assets.
Basically just that craze like a year like during COVID.
Mm-hmm. And until they're actually in hand, they're still, I mean, they're still really just vaporware.
Yeah. And now a lot of the loaner ships for some other ships are worse than the actual one.
Mm-hmm.
For the Apollo, for instance, you get Cutlass Red.
For which ship?
For the Apollo,
Oh.
like the Apollo series, which is the next coming medical ship.
Yeah. I don't like the Cuddy Red for much at all. I've always been happy when a friend has it and can come fix me up, but
Like, I bought one to have a movable medical ship like ages ago.
mm-hmm.
So, because like I was not going to Lorville for the CAR or CXR, whatever it's called.
Mm-hmm.
And like I was in Pyro and it was viable in Pyro, so I did that. But it's like, out of all of the medical ships, that one is by far the worst.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, I'm in Stanton. I want to stick around this area. There's Lyria. So we're gonna focus Terranite, Bexlite, and Gold.
Nice.
Wheelers. There was a girl I had a crush on whose last name was Wheeler. Didn't go anywhere. It just broke my heart.
I sold my Scorpius Lovestruck paints for my CCU chain.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that, Schlag. Regolith still seems to have the best info just because, I don't know, they seem to have a large community reporting it. So, I still find it's useful to use them as like a baseline to get started. But you are not wrong.
Scorpius, stop going so fast, please. I forgot this is why I dislike doing stuff like this at these massive cities.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Bexlight's good. I'm just going to adjust my joystick, give it a little wiggle.
There we go, my game isn't a full slideshow now. Yippee.
That was a little spicy jump. Come on, keep going.
With that's closed, now I can leave area 18.
What is going on
I
in
should
chat?
probably refill before I leave.
Not all femboys are
Nope.
furries, but all furries are femboys. What? Thank you, F12.
Most of it. Yeah. If you have F12 open and you hit enter, and you can click on the button that says all at the top, and then select it to a thing like party chat, and you will only see party chat.
Fracturing mode on.
Learn new stuff every day.
Yeah. I guess what you learn from someone that's been playing the game since backing days. Or since day one.
Man, that gave me, like, terrible breaks across the board for how that split.
Extraction mode on.
Hmm.
Fracturing mode on.
Let's take a look at a different rock. I'm not gonna waste my time with that one. Oh, Terranite's good. This is going surprisingly well for something that says it's challenging. gonna guess. Okay.
It was a mess in PTU for this 4.1.1. None of the vehicle restriction areas were actually on, except for like right next to the expo hall. And you know the flying Idris?
Uh-huh.
Somehow they managed to kill that.
Oh, really? The one that's docked at the tower?
Yeah, because it's not fully docked. They just kept on ramming it and ramming it and ramming it till it exploded.
That's one way to do it. Come on, CIG, don't you know your players? Of course they're gonna
If
do
they can break
shenanigans
it.
like that.
If they can break something, they will do that.
Yeah, I mean that's basically the job description as of right now. From here until official release, and then even then you're gonna still have players getting away with anything they can.
That is the goal. Break it till CIG decides that's enough and fixes it.
Yeah.
They really don't like you duping either.
Well, no, because that can impact sales.
Well, they're stopping you from duping components now. Like, the main method is supposedly getting fixed.
Well, that's just being insurance claims, right?
Yeah. Supposedly they're trying to create some sort of system to keep logs of things. I don't know exactly though. It's been like a few weeks since I was told about it. Off to Microtech for Microtech things. I need Norlock gems.
Oh, from the birds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be some cool stuff next patch with like rain, radiation, and stuff going on with the animals. I've seen some of it, but I've also tried to like not spoil too much for myself.
I've been spoiled with like the PvP side of the thing.
Extraction mode on.
So like Asgard's gonna be needed for that, whatever.
Well,
someone in my org,
because
already has.
Because they want you to have a vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm. His big surprise: getting hit by lightning disables your ship.
Which sounds an awful lot like something someone suggested in some videos not too long ago about controlling the gameplay environment and how you could force players to come in a vehicle versus a aerial option. And then I had a bunch of bobs in the comment section saying, if I want to come in a ship, I should be able to come in a ship. And it's like, You guys aren't understanding how games
No.
work.
Sure, you can pull up in like a Polaris or an Idris, get shot out of the sky, and you will live because they don't die from like crashes. Because they've got like millions upon millions of HP. They will just tank that fall to the ground. How are you gonna get out?
Yeah.
You're most likely just stuck on your back.
Well, the stuff that I was saying was more about like, this is how you actually like shape gameplay in video games. Is you place arbitrary restrictions that you don't make obvious to the player, that drives their decision making to do what you want them to do. Right? So you want vehicles to have a purpose. Okay, well, that's pretty simple. You just make it so that ships and anything that flies isn't an option to get to a valuable location. And then they'll have to come in something that can approach, and if you make it so that those are only vehicles, well then there you go, vehicles have a purpose now. But so many people took the opinion that I was like trying to restrict them, and it's like, no, this is how every game functions. You play some scenario where the most logical option is the one that the developer intended for you to do, and you call that gameplay.
Yeah. That's why there's speedrunning that exists, because like there's people that want to avoid doing what the developers intend for the game to do.
Yeah. So I mean, like, there's always a way around it, right? To your point, but.
The sad thing is, Invictus launch week ends right before my birthday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you're just gonna have to get
Like
yourself a ship for your birthday, dude.
If I reach if I reach concierge status, I can buy the stuff from Invictus launch week for another week, or for another few days. And I'm like super close to that status too.
Yeah, to hitting concierge.
Yeah.
Then you get to
Don't
see
know if it's truly
the secret store.
Mm-hmm.
You get the, you get the free store
What
citizen DLC.
That's the DLC where you get to see the $1,000 packages.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, you do get access to exclusive concierge skins that you can in no way acquire just by having someone buy them for you and then sell them to you. It's not like there's a very healthy gray market for that already.
Yeah.
Okay, so these mining bases, do they do refinery orders, or is it just for those kinds of ambush missions?
It's for the ambush and the patrol missions.
But like, there's
And
no value in me taking my
rocks.
prospector there.
Well, I've heard that there are some rocks out there too.
But I mean,
Don't
like,
know
to
what
drop
kind
a
of
load
rocks.
off.
Oh no, they're entirely just broken locations. They don't have an interior.
Okay. Trying to remember like what the denominator was for whether a place had a refinery or not.
You're at our corporate.
Yeah.
think Arc L1 should have it.
Yeah, okay. Is it the L ones then? Because
I know that Crew L1 definitely has it.
Okay, I think it's a rule like that where it's like all the L1s are the ones with the refineries.
Arc L1 has a refinery.
The big thing that I wanted to test with mining this patch is people have been saying you can put your refined orders directly into the station inventory instead of having to put it directly onto a ship, and that you could also take bags off and pull those into the refinery directly too.
I think that you can store your ship now, and then you can put it, like, get your ship's inventory on the thing and then put it in through that.
Well, you wait. Okay, so you're saying store the ship and then you can pull it up in the refinery, because that's what you could do before.
Yeah. And I don't know if it was updated, since I don't do that loop, really.
Yeah. Well, the new part is supposed to be that you can take the bags off and send those in a freight elevator, and then be able to access the bags from the refinery. Or instead of putting your refined ores or your finished jobs directly into a ship, you could put those into the station. Because those were the major pain points, was, well, if you have multiple bags, then you're having to really juggle them. Or if you don't have your cargo ship there, that's a real pain in the butt.
Yeah. I can see it being that way. And why is this area always nighttime when I come over here? I need it to be day. Oh well.
That request has already
Nighttime
been
it is.
That request has already been granted. We'll open the door! Coming in!
They want to gatekeep, clearly.
Yeah, I guess I don't have the hanger landing blade.
How did you know about that?
Well, once you're concierge, you get a special look into all the upcoming technologies. Got hanger landing blades, food blades, little widgets you can put into your helmet to remind you to drink water.
I thought that widget part was already in the game, though.
It is, but they're going to take it out and then sell it back to you.
I see.
And then you'll have
Makes sense
another
to me.
one that will allow you to drink the water. Aero Capital Fellow says Chris Roberts lap dance blades. Oh, I guess I'm not parked forward enough. The doors haven't closed. Come on, game. That's good enough, isn't it?
No, apparently not.
Alright, I'll fix it.
Bird, bird, where did you go? I need to find you, bird.
You know, if I could
need
buy
your
a
precious
blade
bird.
that did generate like a little a little hologram of Chris Roberts that dances on my ship's dashboard, I think I would buy that.
Warning, you are blocking an active flight lane. Please
I think that would sell quite a bit. Then, like, next time May the 4th comes around, they could get extra wild with it and add those, like, little tentacle things that the slave race in Star Wars has. Oh, come on! That's good enough. Close the doors! I'm, like, right over the ball.
You should be able to store the ship. Then you can go back to the ASOP terminals, and then you should be able to close the doors.
Oh, there we go. They're finally closing.
That's good then.
But my tractor beam, no beaming. I wanted to take the bags off, send them down the elevator. I do also need to unlock the ship though, so that's another thing.
No, you laid it back down.
Is it
No
Alt
waking
K
up.
to unlock?
Yeah, Alt K.
Alright. And at long last, according to the videos I've seen, these don't go through the floor anymore.
Yeah, from what I've dealt with them little by little, they don't, or they haven't.
It's on the floor! It's working so far! That is such a sad minimum standard that I'm happy that the bags work as intended. Ah, this game, man. You know what? I should be grateful to Chris Roberts. He's teaching me to appreciate the small things in life.
You sure it's not Jared Huckabee?
You know, I can't recall a time I've seen them both in the same room. Could be the same person.
They could. Tundra Copians are a lot more abundant now than what they were.
Well, I
last
mean,
patch.
wouldn't they have been an endangered species with how many players were hunting them?
Yeah, they should be.
So, nature is healing. People have kind of moved on from the Wicklow stuff, so now it's, now the Tundra Copian can repopulate.
But now all the birds need to repopulate too. So all of them are gone.
Only one at a time. Nature can only handle one species in Star Citizen.
I guess that's true. Sigh.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval. Your
we'll
vehicle
store
has
that.
been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again.
Oh, no. Nope.
Here's a blade I might actually consider buying. A hanger speed blade.
Mm-hmm.
Sell me the ability to open and close my hanger faster. Like if I could 2x.
That's locked. That's locked behind the $50,000 concierge level.
Yeah, only the real high ballers get that one.
Yeah. Don't you know?
Man, if I could 2x that speed, life would be good. Alright, let's see if the intel Wills gave me that I didn't bother to verify is correct. Yay, there is a refinery here.
Someone from accounts, please contact management. Accounts, contact management. Thank you.
I mean, you can look at these stations and then it will tell you if they have a refinery or not.
That's true, huh? You can just hover over them and it should be telling you that.
You can click on it too, and it will show you the exact same information.
But that requires me to open my eyes, which apparently I'm not that great at.
Yay, I've got another non-eye-opening buddy with me. Yippee.
Alright, cool. So the bags just show up in the station inventory, which is probably the better way to do it, because otherwise it would be like click all 4 bags, and that would be miserable. So, cool. And then I should be able to get those bags back. I wonder if that's right now or when the order completes.
Probably when the order completes is what I would imagine.
There we go. The Argo ore pods. Where is... Well, if the station does just take it from the bag and then start processing it, then in theory I should be able to get it back now.
Okay, good, my medbed's saved. I'm respawning on my Polaris, yippee.
It looks like it would let me take those out. That's good to know. So now if you did set up a mining operation where you had multiple ships and lots of bags to swap out with them, you could just have cargo ships running bags between your miners.
I was gonna say something, then I realized, oh, org secret, can't you say that on a stream, can I now?
You can tell me anything, Wells. I won't tell anyone.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
Let's pull up the ship
system. Your
again.
vehicle has been delivered to the Please Visitors.
And we'll come over here and pull up our Argo bags. Get those loaded on. And at that point, since I am still a one-man operation, I don't really care that I can do it from the bags too much. Except that it does make this little swap with the Argo bags easier.
forgot how brittle small fighters were against lightly brushing against the ground.
Yeah, they don't do too well against the largest spaceship being a planet.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could probably go full nav speed into a rock with the Polaris and basically live. Or close to nav speed.
Really? You think so?
Mm-hmm. I think it has enough HP.
It's kind of funny to think that 900 years in the future, ships don't have brake assist, right? You know, because like if you buy a nice car today, it'll stop you before you hit the car in front of you, or it'll slow you down before you hit an object.
Well, I mean, that's what proximity assist is for, but that proximity assist isn't really the best.
Well, and all that's doing is it's capping your speed, right? But it's not like
limiting you get towards like something that you will hit.
Oh, you're talking about like the voice?
No, like the voice is one thing, but it also does keep you like away from like what you're going to hit.
Well, I guess I just haven't played too much with that then. Like trying to get it to stop me. They really need to sort out ways of getting the icons sorted. Like, if I don't want to see the mining bases because there's so many of them, and I want to clean up the UI, they need to make that something you can do. Have you tried the South Park ADHD treatment schlag? I've heard it's very effective with children. Totally kidding. I would never advise slapping your kids.
I thought it was just giving them a bunch of melatonin.
No, I'm talking about the South Park one. There's a clip.
I don't.
It passes around every so often, but it's basically trying to think. Guy introduces himself as a doctor and tells people about his new ADHD treatment plan, and he's got this row of 3 kids. And slaps the first one, says, "Sit down and study!" So the kid does. Goes to the second kid, slap, "Sit down and study!" They start crying, and so he slaps him again. "Stop crying and study!" Third kid doesn't even need to get hit at all. He's like, "Oh, shoot, this guy means business. I'll behave."
Thank you. Please
I
visit
mean, that's how it usually goes. Usually.
Yeah, I mean,
also
compared to even me, my
engineering
siblings have it a lot easier.
The engineering aspect of the game has made it somewhat into the game already.
Yeah, because some of the ships don't work without their fuses, right?
Yeah. It's very much a problem on the Idris.
Yeah, a lot of fuse panels to check and lots of people going around your Idris wanting to pull them.
Yeah. People in the org are getting fined like 100k if they pull a fuse on the Idris.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that enough to stop the behavior?
I mean, that's getting fined to everyone. Because no one says what they did.
Let's see. Is there a spot in game where you can just buy fuses now? Or is it still you have to loot them or craft them with a vulture?
You can buy fuses in game, yeah.
Where do you get them?
I think that you can get them at command. Like, I forgot the actual name of the thing. But where you? Oh, like I think they're in Platinum Bays now. I think they're in Platinum Bays, yeah.
Huh, I'll have to check that out. Because that was, like, the biggest problem. That's why you have so many people looting them, is they don't know where to get them. And then, when you do need them, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, you expected me to, like, carry a bunch of those with me all the time? Or do you understand who you're dealing with?
Why, of course they don't.
Makes you wonder sometimes, doesn't it?
Maybe, perchance.
Slog says that you can buy them at dumpers depots. So you're saying Platinum Bay, maybe it's something like anywhere that sells ship parts you can buy fuses? That would make sense.
Because they are now ship parts.
Yeah. I guess the thing I should be really happy about is that they are not sold in the store. Yet.
Fuses are found everywhere. It would not make sense for them to start selling fuses.
That wouldn't stop them. That wouldn't stop them. You know it.
Yeah, it will.
They could still sell them for like $1.
No, it wouldn't even be worth $1. Not even worth a cent.
I could figure out a monetization scheme for fuses. I just don't know if the world is ready for that kind of shenanigans. How would I look at myself in the mirror, knowing what I unleashed?
Would it change your viewpoints?
I guess it depends on if I was the one getting the money or not.
There you go.
This is a really good rock. Shoot.
Not a big enough ship to mine it?
Nope.
Oof.
It's 42% Quantanium.
No.
This rock alone would justify an entire night's worth of mining. And I found it in my first 30 minutes. Or so.
Wicklow wants only Quantanium, or basically only Quantanium for the Polaris bits that he has. And he wants like 1,200 and 1,200 SU of Quantanium for an entire Polaris, really. And it's much harder to do that if all of the ways to get Quantanium now no longer spawn Quantanium.
Hey Google, what's 40% of 37,000? No, it's not for. It's not SCU. What's the unit here? Is it CSCU? It's,
Yippee, Seraphim Station time. Don't know how it happened, but my Seraphim Station is completely no longer letting me land anything that doesn't have a docking port. Like if
your
it doesn't
what
spawn
ship?
on my Seraphim Station won't let me spawn any ship that can't be spawned on the docking ports.
Oh, that's weird.
I can't even call it a regular hangar.
And this always happens. Every time I find a good rock, I have no means of using it. Let's land.
Want me to head over there?
Do you have a mining ship?
No. I mean, just measly as a form of protection.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to guard the site, I suppose nothing wrong with that.
Okie dokie. Whoa. What's the schlag saying in chat? Engineering Essentials pack with fuses you never lose. With a specialist engineer suit only. Oh, okay, yeah. He was just built on what we were saying about like scummy marketing practices. That would be pretty egregious, wouldn't it? Holds triple the amount of fuses and automatically swaps any bad fuses within 25 meters. Oh my gosh. Yes, that would be fantastically overpowered, absolutely broken. I think I'm a part of some mining servers. I don't know. I joined them a long time ago, so I don't even know if they're still on here. Oh, did Discord freeze? It's not, that's not what I wanted to click on. What's going on? No, geez, it's already 11 p.m.
Okay, I'm gonna close and restart Discord.
Okay.
It's acting weird. Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay, and now it's frozen again. What the heck?
Discord has been having a few problems lately.
Okay, well, I guess it allowed me to join the chat channel, so that's not terrible. Big rock. Maybe I can send a message from mobile Discord. That might work. I don't know if you're still with us, Schlag, in chat, but if you did want to bring your mole around, let's see, where's that? Here's one. Alright, messages sent. Let's see if anyone responds quickly. Looks like global chat's responding now, so maybe we'll get someone to bite.
But she's gonna try to sell them all for like $1 million plus. Yeah. I mean, if he wants me to, I can just stay here.
Yeah, I might need to do that. I need a ship near it, otherwise I'm going to lose the location. I guess it doesn't matter if you die either, because you keep your armor and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Crew L1? Please don't be super far. Yeah, it's a ways. I'm gonna send this guy a party invite. W3866.
Wait. Party. Nicoleus. Make group leader.
Well, that was a little dramatic. Here's an idea. Do you want to... Since we are in a party, you should be able to access my ship. Do you want to see if you can put the Prospector in your Polaris hangar?
Yeah, I can. Definitely big. That thing's so small.
I'm just thinking as like a way to store it so that we can put it away and not leave so much ship garbage behind. You know, do our part to keep the server running healthy and all.
Yeah.
Oh, did he join the party?
Yeah, he's in the party.
Okay, cool.
Oh, jeez. I'm glad I'm not taking the elevator back up to my ship.
Oh yeah, that this guy's talking about executive hangars. Did you hear that about that issue?
Yeah, Redline's exclusively not doing those things anymore because of that.
Yeah, I mean it kills the entire reason for doing them. You wanted those components.
Yeah. Like Redline is literally selling the rights or the like protection services.
Yeah, I imagine that little side hustle's taking a hit. If people can't get components, I don't see why I'd want to pay someone to help me do the hangars.
Yeah.
Stand clear. Doors are now closing.
It looks like a lot of the components I had gotten before did persist though, so at least I've got that going for me.
Lucky.
Did you not get to keep many of yours?
No.
Yeah, I'm kind of rolling in hard to find components right now. Should be a dealer.
Well, I already know 2 people that have those hard to find components. And apparently, all the components, actual things, got reset. Or they got changed. So now military A's actually affect stuff now. And it's not just, you want to go full stealth builds now.
Now arriving.
Oh, what's the advantage now to the military over stealth?
Well, I know that at least military A's regenerate shields faster.
Okay, that'd be good. Yeah, if Urkel, the guy that, or the team or person that runs that, happened to be a viewer, I would tell them that it'd be really cool if they had like a patch notes summary on their website that just kind of breaks down military grade A components increased, you know, by blank. Just kind of give you the broad case of what got updated.
Vehicle selected.
Thank you for visiting
Stand by.
Arcorp, Stanton's capital of commerce.
Your vehicle has
Whatever
been
your
delivered to the
transaction,
following location.
We wish you a beneficial and
What am I gonna do? All of a sudden the hangars are working.
Nice.
Huh, this guy's saying selling's where it's at. It's been a while since I've done specifically hunting for Quantanium. Well, I mean, that would still kind of be like in the last few patches. Come on, W. Is this yeah, it's a top-down hangar. Vaughn? Oh, you're talking about the illicit missions.
Yeah. Vaug. Vaughn.
Yeah, I'm convinced that that's Vince Vaughn. In the year 2042, Vince Vaughn goes under the ice, gets his head frozen, and he gets woken up in the 29th century. And that theory is based solely on the fact that with my small bubble of the world, that is the only person I know of whose last name was Vaughn. So, I guess this is as good a point as any to kind of talk about like some of the stuff that's been going on in Oddjob's personal life. So we got a couple of minutes before I get there. I've been going to the gym more. I just bumped it up to going twice a week. I've got 2 weeks doing that. Before then, I was going very regularly, once a week, but I just felt like I could be doing more. So now that I'm kind of reached that fitness level, just trying to push a little more each time. But goodness, getting healthy really sucks. Like, one of the first things I noticed was you increase in a lot of water weight going to the gym. And from my research, I guess that's just coming from the fact that my body's not used to it, so maybe that'll diet back down. But, yeah, getting healthy kind of sucks. It's a lot of work to track calories, make sure you're getting enough water, make sure you're getting enough nutrients and the right kind of nutrients, trying to keep some semblance of a macro diet, making sure you get enough proteins that you're not losing muscle. There's just like a huge learning curve to doing things correctly. But I feel like I'm getting there. This takes a long time. I'm not seeing any numeric results yet, but I think I'm starting to see some visual changes, which is reassuring. Just wish they'd happen faster. But then, like, as soon as you start going to the gym more, I like immediately got sick. So I mean, gyms are also, I would imagine, a breeding ground for bacteria. But eventually I'd like to get below 220. I'm at 285 right now, so that's a pretty lofty goal. That's, what, 65 pounds? And I'd ideally like to do that before November, because I'm going on a cruise in November. So that's kind of the goal. That's what's going on in behind the scenes in Odd Job's life. But I had planned talking more about that last stream, and then I totally forgot to talk about any of it, so kind of a weird, out-of-place title. This guy's super cool. Setting us up with everything. Alright, he said he'd leave it outside the hangar. Visible. I don't know if you already took off or not, though. Pad 3. Okay, where's the pads? Pads are usually along the center spire, aren't they? I guess I can also just look for where his marker ends up. Oh, yeah. Okay, over here. That was a pretty decent stop. Definitely done worse. Watch this guy just delete me out of existence once I'm on the ship. That would be funny. He left us a whole big box of goodies, didn't he? of course, to Wills. Oh, wait, that's right. I'm in an Argo ship, so the correct color is the reddish orange. I was looking for green. Wills, does Janelite spawn more in the prison caves or something?
NPCs have a chance of spawning with them on their bodies.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah. Won't say the exact method here because, yeah.
Well, I mean,
I've
aren't
been
you just
working on
knocking
the
them
same
out
method.
below level 9?
Yeah. Or before making yourself go to prison, you turn off the comms.
Well, aren't you trying to get sent to prison, though? So that you can...
Yeah. You're trying to get sent to prison and you can go to any other system and then get a crime stat and then just surrender.
Yeah. But you don't need to turn off the comms to do that.
No, in prison so that you can start knocking out prison or like them before you even get down to 7.
Oh, okay. If comms are down, you don't have to go all the way down to level 9.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like that's a fair statement, Arrow. I think I feel the same. I mean, every time I take a break, it feels like a lot of things have changed from what I remember as far as like meta balancing, nuances about spawning like ores, I guess. So it has come a long way. I want to see it go so much further. And I think that they need to do some major about faces in order to have the best odds of being able to do so.
I moved your body onto my ship.
That's why I appreciate you, Wills.
Hee. I should probably open down one of the ramps, shouldn't I?
Yeah, because those take forever. Well, I mean, it's up to you.
Do you want?
It'll be a minute
ammo
before I
back?
need to get the ammo back.
Seems like I need a menu log, then backspace out of station, because I'm inside my ship right now. Oh, nope, I'm free.
Oh, it's not going to let me do that one. I need to set course again. Being able to set a route to your ship is very nice.
Yes, it really is. Really, really is.
I mean, that alone is a pretty major step up.
Now we just need it to be able to set a course to your dead body.
Yeah, well, I mean, in theory you can do that. It's just, it very rarely works, right? Probably the fairest thing to you is to come get my ammo first, because once I pick up the Quant, I'm gonna have to head immediately to the station. So if those ramps are down, I'll pop on over and get my stuff so that you don't have to wait for me to come back again. Which rock was it? Oh, they're over here. Dirt.
You don't have a proper favorability to your little prospector, right?
Not particularly. Why? Wait, it actually does have Argo bags on it, so I would prefer it not be destroyed. Did you do something to my baby?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Oh. But he's planning to.
Yes. There's nice size 10 torpedoes on this thing.
You don't need to use them on a prospector.
But pretty explosion.
No. Glad people are spending the money on ships and blades and everything else. We need the money to have a finished game. I have a feeling that SC may just not let most of what we're buying now impact 1.0 as strongly as everyone is concerned about. Subtle counterpoint to that would be that if they sold it, they kind of have to have it do something. And I think that would be the response to your second comment there too. Blades may not even exist after final engineering and crafting gameplay. I mean, if you're selling them for money, they might change how they affect things, but there is going to be some flight blade that affects top speed and maneuverability. Otherwise, what did people pay for? That would open up a lot of hot water for them. Let's see, gotta remind myself how to navigate this place. Hangar. That's easy enough. Where is my body? Is it by the prospector, or?
It's on the same level as the prospector.
Oh, I see it. I do actually have a marker for it. Hallelujah. What did you do to it? Did you, like, put it inside a pod?
You could say that.
Okay, how do I get to it?
Oh, continue down that same pathway. One more door. You've got to go one more door.
Okay, alright. The way it was showing up, it was like... Oh, wait. Hold the phone. I spawned with everything that was on my belt. I should have checked that. I just didn't have the stuff that was in the backpack. Okay. played Rust, I think it should be converted to blueprints for crafting 1.0. I think that same thing can be said about a lot of stuff. The problem is, I don't know how they navigate that. Because not everyone's going to be happy with that solution. Right? I think that that's probably what is healthiest for the game, is convert everything to blueprints. That way they can be lost and can be remade. Because I think having armor permanently is just dumb. That's not going to be good for the game long term. But there's still going to be lots of people out there who aren't going to be happy with that solution. I think a lot of the stuff that we talked about today, as far as like making skins though, that gets significantly easier if you just make it so that cosmetics are separate items entirely, not tied to any kind of item per se. Grump, you're not with the final solution? Well, first off, you should always be careful using the phrase final solution in any context, lest you be misinterpreted. But then we do still want people who have spent money to continue spending money on the game. So you want to keep them reasonably happy. Alright, yeah, it was this one. Okay. Oh, no, there's a little bit of a drift. See, this is the tough part about trying to solo a mole. Is you really want to make sure you have no drift before you get out of the pilot seat. Otherwise, you're having to account for it the whole time.
I hope you like my parking.
I didn't see too much of it. I just saw it very briefly. Okay, where's the power button?
Systems activated. Systems on.
All right, we are going to need to slap something else on that.
What?
It's not cracking with the mole laser. If you want to hop in here with me, we might be able to get it with the 2, but I think I'm gonna have to put a gadget on it too.
I'm right underneath the thing.
Oh, well, I'm about to plop it down.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna squish you, am I? Okay, no, you're out.
No. Oh.
That's not
You
a good
will
landing.
like landing like that. If you land like that, you will squish me.
I don't know
There
why
you
I was
go.
trying to land it with with the mouse and keyboard.
Engines off.
But that's why you had your sticks.
I know. I was literally like typing on the keyboard between my sticks trying to land this ship again. Well, with 1.0 there will be a huge flood of new people and new money. Us old-timers will simply fade away amongst the tens of thousands of new people. Well, hopefully it's not tens of thousands. We need millions of new people. We need millions of concurrent players. But that is also like, damn, dude, that's a grim prospect. Oh wait, shoot! No, I was gonna grab those gadgets. Hey, Wills, hop on board. This is what I meant
fell
to
off.
do.
I fell off. I found an area to fall off. I thought that there would be glass there. There was not.
Oh. Oh yeah,
Yeah, there's no glass
it's
here.
sneaky, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm assuming he must have meant for me to just take all of these. Because there's no
Yeah.
way he expected me to, like, be able to bring them back to him somehow. Really
Yeah.
nice of him. I know how you love mining mini games. Have you ever tried a mining gadget before?
No.
Oh, you'd love it. So much more frustrating. Come on, put it in the hand. All right. See, first, you put it on the rock. Then, you have to get your head in the right position to be able to manipulate the screen. And you have to move these teeny tiny dials. And you have to get it to match up as much as you can. So this one actually ended up being super easy. It usually doesn't go nearly that smooth. And since this is a big boy, I guess we're better off using what we got. So I'll plop another one down. Here, I'll put this one on the rock and you can try getting it activate. How's that? Oh,
You dropped it.
yeah, it wasn't supposed to do that. It was supposed to stick on the rock. Okay. Let's try putting it here. What the?
Got it.
All right, you try plopping it on. Let's see if it's a me thing.
Nope.
Huh. Want it to be something dumb like Like, I know you used to be able to put multiple gadgets on a rock at a time. Maybe they changed it. We got the one on there. Let's see what we can get done with 2 lasers. I think the positioning is good enough that we can just leave the ship landed too. That's kind of funny.
There's a strut in the way, it seems.
Strut? What are you talking about?
I was caught like on the side of the elevator.
Oh.
So I couldn't actually get onto it.
So the side lasers are where you accidentally walked out.
Oh, it's clipping into the ground.
Nice.
Yeah, where you need to go up.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to take us up just a little bit then?
If I can safely get out of the mining laser.
Yeah, and I'll tell you when we're at like a good height. And probably want to angle it a little too relative to which turret you plan on using.
I might not be able to get up.
No?
The ladder's not working for me.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll...
Like, I cannot climb up the ladder.
I guess you're gonna have to stay in that turret.
Yeah.
I figured, you know, have you fly it so that you're not buried in the ground, but I guess that's where the game thinks you belong.
Engines on. Launch complete.
Okay, how's this? You got a good view of that rock this way?
Yeah, I do right there.
Okay.
Oh, that range is like so slim. What the heck?
What range?
The optimal and the overcharge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a little tough. Okay, so you go full power. Okay, and I'll be in charge of managing. It's small.
There we go. There you go.
Whew. And believe it or not, that was a 50% larger window because of that module we put on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, no, they're small enough now. You don't need to. You don't need to do that. Alright, let's just let that cool down.
Would probably be good.
Yeah, these are all small enough now that one laser should be able to do it, so we just need to make sure we're not trying to get the same one. My window is like a couple pixels right now. This is insane. This is like as much an eyesight test as it is a skill test.
No, it's a test of seeing how close you can get to your monitor.
Oh, that one had me stressing a little bit. I would bet he's got yours set up so that it increases the charge window size, but I'm not sure. I can't imagine he has them all, like, cutting the charge window size down. That just seems insane. It's chilled out. Okay, that wasn't too bad.
Extraction mode on.
this one down more.
Just barely can't reach that.
Ah, that one was all aluminum.
Fracturing mode on.
Can you hit this with 0 power and just see what it says? See what it does?
I don't think I can.
Extraction mode on.
But I can't reach either of those two.
Okay, I'm gonna... Is it because we need to pitch up more?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll reposition us real quick. Trying to keep an eye on the timer. We have like we have just over 20 minutes. Gosh. This ladder will work.
Working ladder, never.
You'll need the ladder blade.
Yeah, don't you know? That'll be $14.99 for you. Thank you very much.
How's that?
Yeah, I can see it better now.
Okay. Are you able to get it to pop or get the power
Yeah.
level to install what you got?
So right now it's at 83%.
Extraction mode on. Warning. Power critical. Warning. Power critical. Fracturing mode on.
Yeah, yours must be like much more powerful laser.
Warning. Power critical. Extraction mode on. Attack on shields.
Okay. Do you have a tractor beam on you?
I might.
Good, because I'm kidnapping you.
Do you want the tractor beam attachments?
No. I want your warm body to help me get these bags off faster than I can do alone.
I guess I have nothing on my Polaris anyways.
I'll bring you back after.
Mining mode on.
Oh wait, no, I can just backspace and get here anyways. My spawn is set on my Polaris.
Yeah? Oh, that's
So
an
not
that's
like
an
you-
8. I
you-
thought that was a 0. It's like 10 minutes. How?
Sorry, you needed the extra times blade.
The sad part is like we say this in jest, but they could legitimately add items that like increase your volatile storage timer. And that's the part that's very frustrating. Like, yeah, blades right now don't do a lot. But what about the next thing they try to do this way?
The next blade is supposedly gonna be the turret blade.
Yeah, the AI, still such a bad idea. It is not good.
My thinking is like it's just gonna make those turrets become PDCs.
I mean, essentially, yeah. But I mean, like, if we're saying... Because people are making the argument right now that the flight blades aren't a big deal because they don't do that much. Right? It's only a 1% boost to speed. Or it's only a 1%
On the Gladius? On the Gladius, it's very noticeable.
Yeah. But see, here's the thing. AI blades are not like that. Because AI blades are a significant advantage because even if that turret does not operate at the skill level the average player would, it's still allowing a single player to behave like 1 1/4 players, you know, in skill or impact, or 1.5 players. You're still tapping way outside your weight class because now you can solo an Idris with AI blade turrets. And that's not cool to me. I do not like that. Whoa, hold the phone. We've got 9 viewers on Twitch. Did something break?
Nope. Looks like we got raided by someone.
Oh, really?
Yeah. With a party of 8.
Oh,
Welcome,
that's cool. Where are they coming from? I've never been raided before. I think this is the most concurrent viewers I've ever had.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Over here. Well, welcome, people. Welcome to the chat. If this is your first time watching, you're about to watch one of the best pilots in the universe land an Argo Mole. So I hope you're taking notes. This is how we do it in the big leagues, boys and girls. Now I've set the stress levels to 11. I won't be able to perform at all.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Looks like they're another Star Citizen streamer.
Maybe I should set my stress levels higher more often. That was actually not a bad landing. So you're looking at like the Twitch side of things, right? Does it tell you that kind of stuff, like where people originated from?
No, I just looked up their channel.
Oh, but like you were able to see that we got rated 8 viewers.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to familiarize myself more with the UI because. Dude, this guy that loaned us this ship, he is the bee's knees. he left everything unlocked. Gave us a bunch of extra equipment that we ended up just leaving in the ice somewhere.
My other org does need a lot of Contanium too.
Yeah. Do you need it? I mean, you need it refined, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd be happy to give you half or so of what we get from this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, I need to send it down, huh?
Yeah.
Alright, if I send it, or if I exit the hangar, is it gonna kick you out?
Yeah. But I'm gonna do a silly little thing right here.
Well, but what I'm trying to get at is, like, how do we keep this ship? Oh, do you... I was just gonna ask if you wanted to fly the ship back. But, that works
The
too.
ship will stay persistent in your hangar for a little while.
Alright. Let's speedrun this then.
Like, until you leave the server, it will persist there.
Okay. Alright. I'm going for it then. Feels like every time I've left my hangar, it sends it down, but this isn't my ship, so I'm nervous. But maybe that's just how it was in the previous patch. Got my character doing his best Tom Cruise impression. That perfect running form. Look at that. Beautiful.
So you want me to leave your ship here, right?
You can. I would prefer it not get destroyed at the very least.
The
Like I
torpedoes
said,
are looking very tasty.
No, they're not. Prospectors actually really do not like the taste of torpedoes.
I see. They like the taste of ballistic size 7 cannons.
My prospector is on a no armament diet.
I see. Sad.
Yeah, you'll have to fire your torpedoes elsewhere. Okay, we got 38 SCU of Quantanium from that. So, not bad. That'll get us 33 SCU total.
Okay.
You know, after the losses from the processing.
Today's scheduled waste disposal has been postponed until further notice.
Well, if you guys are just tuning in, earlier we were talking a lot about monetization models and how Star Citizen could make a sizable amount of money doing cosmetics. And we designed some pretty sick skins for Gladius, if I do say so myself. Not to brag or anything, but I think it goes to illustrate that there's a lot of money to be made in cosmetics. And we designed, was it 14 Wills?
Yeah, I think you said 14.
Right? That sounds right. Okay. Let's see, is the ship still there? Please be there. Oh, hallelujah. It is. Nope. Actually, I'm not trying to get into the ship yet. I need to get the bags back. Put them back on the ship. Then I can get on the ship and take it back out.
You might be able to go into the ship and then just repair it. And then they might just come back.
That's true. Let's try it. Having extra Argo mole bags is never a bad thing either. Feels like ladders are acting a little strange. They're kind of snapping your orientation weird when you get to the top. Are you having that issue too?
Yeah. I mean, it's an issue with ladders in general.
Yeah, it feels like it's being a little more egregious lately. It could just be me.
Like sometimes I'm facing the entire opposite direction and then it snaps me through the way I don't want it to go.
Yeah. So it's like it's a bit disorienting. All right, what'd that do? Oh, that did give me the bags back. All right, cool. So I guess technically we did just dupe 4 bags. I hope Chris Roberts will find in his infinite misery to forgive me. I'll
Engines on. Launch complete.
You are clear to launch.
I should get me a mole. I think this will be the next ship I get myself in game.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Up. What did I hit?
I don't know, but I can see your little holograms spinning around in my map. That's funny.
Apparently I hit something so bad I spun a Polaris. Like any other ship would have exploded right there, but this one,
bounced off.
Measly.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe they overcorrected after it was getting taken out by Auroras to the cockpit.
No, they didn't kill you through your cockpit. They went through for your engine.
Oh.
Your actual engine for the entire ship.
Oh. What was I thinking of then? Was it something to do with, like, you could kill the Idris by hitting its cockpit?
Like it's vulnerable to missiles to the cockpit.
The Polarises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because sometimes missiles go through the cockpit and actually can kill the pilot.
Okay. All right. Yeah. That must. I think what people were doing was they were like lobbing torpedoes directly into the cockpit with dumbfires, right? Okay. I've got a little bit of a cold. I'm gonna blame any kind of cognitive decline on that. I've got Sudafed brain right now.
Oh, it's also like midnight.
Well, that's actually usually when I think the best. If I'm not streaming most of the time, I'm up to like 2 or 3 working on projects. Not healthy, but seems to be when I get all my best inspiration, I can find the time to like think through something.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete.
Pretty sure I've heard that that's also a symptom of ADHD, but I don't think that's related.
Shields off.
So I mean, I can jump to the Prospector, that is the next waypoint, but it's on the dark side of the moon, so I'd actually prefer to stay over here. Yeah, let's go to this one. Shubin Processing Facility, Spall 9.
Quantum travel engaged.
Looks like we also have 6 viewers on YouTube too. I think most of the Twitch folks disappeared, but looks like YouTube stuck around.
Yeah.
Quantum travel complete.
I never leave my Polaris with its cockpit or like the port entrance open at all. I always close the exterior of it.
Well, that's, I mean, isn't that normal practice?
Yeah. But it feels like for some people, they just don't do that.
Oh, well, I mean, should be doing that. It's a big ship, big juicy target.
I've stolen several. I've stolen like 2 or 3 Polarii because of that.
Yeah, remember when we were doing CZs with that one guy? And we got wiped out by someone who managed to sneak aboard the ship? Yeah, okay, that's a bunch of ships down there. I should have realized that sooner. These flat texture clouds are kind of terrifying. When you're going through them, you can't actually see what's below them. Okay, which of these do I okay, it was this one. Alright, do you understand the new scanning UI?
That's like the only scanning UI I have learned.
Oh, okay. Well, before they used to have like scanning angle and scan power. Do you know how to read that on this UI? Like, can you run? Could you explain
Just
that? Like I'm 5.
It's just like you hit the tab button when you look for the unknown markers, and then you go to those unknown markers. And they will usually be rock clusters or animals.
But like the
ones
there's the percent symbol, the bacon symbol, and then it looks like a protractor. Do you know what those mean?
No, but I just know that you go for the unknown markers. If they're like 11K out, they're usually rocks.
All right. The mystery continues then, I guess.
Might just call it for a night here.
All right. Well,
Can
thanks for
feel
hanging
my
out.
eyes getting. Yeah, I can feel my eyes getting heavy.
Yeah, I think I want to find one more rock, but then I'll probably be cutting it as well. Lots of nothing for miles. Oh, wait, no, that's just gonna be gems if it's that close. Not gonna bother. Could be something over here. Spawned a little close, or it popped up a little close on the radar, so it's not likely to be a big cluster. Let's see, what do we got? Is this just a big glycosite? Glycosite? What are you? Certainly too small for what I can do with this. And I don't think my inventory actually saved the mining gadget I had intended it to. But those look like they are rock minables. So, perfect combination of too big for a hand mining and too small for this. I like mining gameplay. It's peaceful. For the most part, anyways. Yeah, those are going to be hand mineable gem, or not hand minables, rock mineable gems. We do have something on the radar here. Popped out a little further this time, so this might be rocks that we can work with. Something over there we'll need to check too. Felsic deposit. Let's see, what do we got? Barrel, not great. It's all gonna be barrel, huh? I'm really hoping that once crafting comes along, that there will be more of a reason to target these lower value ores, because that would really just add a lot of complexity and interconnection that just make things, click. Holy cow. All right. Accidentally leaned on my joysticks. That's not great. We're professionals here, though, folks. This is what I was trying to do. I was trying to get to this. Yeah, barrel, we're moving pretty heavy into B tier, or I guess this would be, yeah, B tier, S, A, B. There you go. So I think I'm going to skip this one. Move on to the next cluster. There's this one over here. Might have something for me. There's actually quite a bit over here, so we'll just take a little stroll this way. Ooh, big cluster. What do we got? Igneous. I think this was one of the subtypes I was looking for. Can have some good stuff in it. Gold's not bad. Let's see if there's one that we can really extract some value from. Tungsten, eh. Laranite. I think Laranite's A tier, right? Not seeing that vitamin Q. Yeah. Alright, let's check our table. Terranite. Okay, Terranite's not bad, actually. Gold is also A tier. So we'll pick up the Terranite and gold ones, and then we'll cross our fingers that we find a quant rock at the next one. Let's angle it like... I think something like that. I think that's going to serve us well. Sorry about being sniffly, guys. I am unfortunately only human.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode on.
Okay, it's not going to happen with that laser. This one over on my left, the guy had it set up to be one of the more juicy ones, so let's try that one. Alright. Well, we know our next option. Gotta slap a gadget on it. I'm sure there are some veteran miners who could probably just look at the rock size and know, oh, yep, that's going to need a gadget. I am not to that skill level yet.
Landing gear down. Landing.
Okay, it's not bad.
Engines off.
If you are new to the channel, you probably haven't seen this chair before. This was custom made for me by Monster Tech. We worked together to turn one of my original ideas into a functional prototype. And so, as you've seen me do several times so far, it locks magnetically, so when I want to go mouse and keyboard, I can just push them out to the side. They snap into a storage position, and then when I want to use the sticks, I can just move them forward, and they lock into another magnetic spot. It's really nice. If you ask nicely, they'll make the same thing for you. Oh good, this one actually held on. There we go. And we tried to add 2 before and it didn't seem to work. Let's give it another shot here. I remember there was a time you could get rocks to basically mine themselves by just putting a bunch of gadgets on them. But maybe that's no longer the case. Maybe they don't let you put more than one on at a time. Fair enough, I suppose. Sometimes I listen to myself talk, though, and I realize I must sound like a really old man for how I talked about my previous experiences in Star Citizen. Like back when I was just getting my wings, you could put multiple gadgets on rocks. I mean, from that perspective, I remember a time before gadgets with even worse mining UI.
Engines on. Launch complete.
Alright, so there's the rock. I think, what's a good position? It's going to work well for that. Sure, that's probably pretty good.
Mining mode on.
Still not happy. Dang. Let's see, this is... Move that over so I can read it. This is the Hofstede. I'm pretty sure that is the max power size 2. Let's check here. Mining lasers. Yeah, Hofstede's going to be our max power option. Well, I guess the Lancet is a little bigger. What is it doing? It's not doing... Oh, minus 30% resistance, so it should be helping me a little bit there. I mean, for the scenario this rock is giving me, this should be about as good as it gets. I just need another hand. Sad day. I guess let's take a look at any of these other rocks in the area. Should probably go down at some point and pick up that gadget, but if I do forget to do so, it was a freebie for me, so I'm not out super bad. They're pretty cheap anyways. What other options do we have here? Vexlay was good, right? What size was this one? That one's also Terranite. Okay, that one... This one's a little bit bigger. See, and while I'm frustrated right now that I can't get these rocks to crack on my own, you know, mining AI blades might be a solution for this kind of problem, but it's not one that I would want. The whole reason I'm struggling is because I'm trying to crack massive rocks with no friends, or at least the friends I did have, they just logged off, right? And AI blades would allow me to, you know, skip that hurdle of recruiting someone to come help. But it comes at a major cost to the overall experience. It's so much more fun to do this with more people. I set keybinds for those? Just can't remember what they are. Let's find out. Yeah, I did. So middle stick.
Extraction mode on. Fracturing mode on.
Oh, alright, there we go. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. There's...
Attack on shields.
We didn't die. We deserve to die. I don't know what I'm doing with those. This guy had these installed. I have no idea what those are supposed to do. I know that they increase power for a limited time. That was my first time ever using one. And, oh boy. I should probably practice. I think for now, I'm going to work my way up this ladder again. Oh my gosh. Guys, that was not the direction that I pushed my character. Okay, oh, it almost did it again. It so wanted to do it again. Let's take a look at the damage report here. I mean, doesn't look terrible. But we're gonna do this. I'm gonna get myself back to my ship. And then I think I'm gonna log for the night. I think the guy that loaned me this would just planning on claiming the ship anyways. Really nice of him to loan it to me. I do appreciate that. This has been one of the real big improvements this patch. Forget the Idris and all that. Being able to set a course to your other ships, that is pretty huge. Throw it into SCM mode to act as a space brake. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Little hot there. It's directly under me. You know what? That was entirely intentional. If he wants me to bring it back, I will. But I highly doubt he wanted it. Yeah, there we go. But I left Argo bags on the Prospector, so I would like to get it back home. Wells, was this you doing, or was this the wind? The heck? I think we can still save this, though. Ooh. Oh, come on. Oh. Come on. If I could just let's see, put that away. I know it's trying to rotate my character. Come on. I feel like if I could just pick up enough speed or hit it at the right angle. Well, speaking of hit it at the right angle, I think I have the tool to do that. I think we can knock it back over. Let's Evening, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. We are trying to flip over a prospector. Because I would like to get the Prospector home with its Argo bags so I don't have to juggle those again. Oh, come on. I know, I think you're talking like the Argo. Oh, what is it called? I know what ship you're talking about. I'm trying to redneck my way through this right now. Oh! Oh! Yes! Let's go! Next question on the docket is, will it still fly? Yeah, that thing was kind of spinning all over the place, wasn't it? At least it's on its feet now. Watch me just like fall through the planet before I can get on the ship. Yeah, look, here's hoping, man.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on. Launch sequence.
All right. We are airborne. Sweet. Haha. So the ship that I'm leaving behind, the guy's just going to claim it. So I'm just going to leave it there. Get this into storage. And then I'll probably be calling it good. Let's see, I suppose we'll stop at L1. That's where I've got some of my orders already cooking, so by the time I next log in, I should be able to make some profit off of those.
Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged.
got 32 SCU of quant cooking. Some aluminum. No one really cares about that. That doesn't sell for much. But for the little bit of time that we were actually able to get some mining done, that's pretty good. Found some more cool rocks that would have been nice to pick up, but couldn't pull it off as a solo pilot. Almost killed myself. I'm kind of just happy to be making it back to port right now. Flipped over our ship. Prior to even starting Star Citizen, though, we came up with a bunch of skins for a Gladius to help CIG fix their monetization model. So I'd say we got quite a bit done tonight. Feeling pretty good about that. Did 14 skins in Photoshop for Gladius. Again, just kind of driving the point home that, hey, you know what? You don't need to sell everything. You can get a lot of money selling cosmetics. You just need to put a little bit of effort into them, CIG, so that there are cosmetics worth buying. Like, if I hadn't been able to earn the skin that I have on this, yeah, instead of selling blades. If I hadn't been able to earn this skin in game, which really was a cool reward for the event it was tied to, I would bet a lot of people would have bought this. Like, this is a sick skin. And we didn't get into anything this complex during what we did. We just did some kind of conceptual art, you know, just kind of selling the idea. Oh, come on. Does that not work anymore? Guess not. It's starting to go back up. Alright. Yeah. At least there is, oh, what movie is it with Will Ferrell? Where, a bunch of guys have some fun inside his car. I think it's The Other Guys. Right? Thankfully, there's no strange smells in the cockpit. So, I think the sanctity of my ship has been preserved. Just got a little surface detailing. But if CIG makes more skins like this, they'll make money on stuff like this. Like, I would buy that skin. Oh, these stick mounts, you noticed those, did you? They're actually a custom piece that I ordered from Monster Tech. If you go back through my channel history, you'll find some videos where I tried to make my own version of the Monster Tech chair. And I did play with that for a while. It worked okay, but it always left something to be desired as far as rigidity. They are expensive, but there is a reason for it. And I say that as someone who tried to make a much cheaper solution. Here. I'll even show you what video I'm talking about. View your channel. Videos. I've apparently made quite a few of these video things, so it takes a while. Here, this one. with a very mediocre thumbnail. This was my attempt to make a cheaper version of the Monster Tech chair. And it had a similar magnetic joystick mount, but I made it out of 2020 extrusion. And that just wasn't rigid enough to give the performance I was looking for. I was always having things where it would slip just enough to make your inputs questionable. So when they built this for me, we talked about that, and they stepped it up to I always forget how these extrusion profiles are named, but it's the thicker stuff. What is it, like 80-20? It's significantly more rigid, but the concept is the same. So, let's see. I'll angle this down so you can see what we're talking about. So it has a rearward locking position, and if you give it just a little push, it snaps into its forward magnetic position. And it's just held in place with magnets, but it's very good. It does not move on its own. It only moves when you want it to move. So it's a very simple concept, but it works extremely well. I play a lot of mixed games, so like here I did a Horizon Zero Dawn playthrough that nobody watched, and probably for good reason. But I do a lot of mouse and keyboard stuff, and I also play Star Citizen. I didn't want the mouse and keyboard experience to be hindered by having joysticks on the chair all the time. So with the magnetic mounts, I can just push them out of the way when I don't want to use the sticks, which I do during Star Citizen all the time. And if it took any longer than it does, I would just get used to like hunching my shoulders over and typing all weird. But with it being as easy as it is, I do it second nature now. It's just so easy. I think it's legitimately the best joystick mounting solution for a chair. And it's not part of Monster Tech's usual lineup either. The stuff that they sell on their web store, it's still going to be that like twist lock thing. So you have to like reach underneath the stick, undo the twist lock, then rotate it. This is faster than that by quite a bit. Alright, let's get my character some water. And then I'll be done with Star Citizen, and I'll just... And do you have any joysticks now? Is it vegan? Because it could be said that the best mounts are whatever you currently have. Oh yeah, that's the same I'm using. I like the Gladiators. They are very nice. I'm intrigued by some of the newer, like Virpil just came out with a pretty good mid-range option. If they ever want to send me one of those, I would gladly try them out. But you can't go wrong with Gladiators. They are huge bang for the buck. To get anything better, you're talking significant increase in price too. Yeah, I have that on the left side. I don't know. I've gotten used to it now. So I don't think I'm going to take it off. But I don't think it offers as big an advantage as I thought it would in my head. You know? Like, it seems like such a cool concept, but then I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it's actually doing that much better. And in some ways I think it's actually kind of a hindrance. Oh, food court this way. Here we go. There was a company that came out. It might be VKB. But they came out with a new throttle that's meant for Space Sim, and that seems like an intriguing option. But it also might be a quick.
Nice choice.
It might be a great example of trying to do two things and not doing either of them very well.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I wanna get as close as I can to the desk. I'm trying to keep my elbows right at that 90-degree angle, so that you know, I don't hurt my shoulder or anything, which is something that I already kind of struggle with. So being able to get close to the desk is pretty important, and these mounts allow me to do that much better than not having them. But again, if it weren't as convenient as it is to use them, I probably wouldn't be swapping the position all the time, and I would find myself having to lean over a lot more, which I wouldn't want to do. But if I put the sticks either side of my keyboard and mouse on the desk, my arms are out to the side and up high without anything to rest on. Yeah, so you're talking like this? Yeah. That's what I did when I first started playing Star Citizen with sticks anyways. And yeah, it's definitely not the most comfortable. If you're looking at cheaper options, you could always go with like a desk mount. That's probably what you were talking about with like trying to do a DIY version of the Monster Tech rail. There's Havoc. That's funny. Havoc is on the front page. It's like you could go with something like this, desk mount. Never been a super fan of those solutions. There you go. Here's the rail you were talking about, I think. And I don't think these would be that bad if you made a couple changes to them. What I don't like is that it's still using a twist lock. And for me, I feel like that's still too slow. That if I have to reach under and do the twist lock and then move the sticks, then I'm going to have more moments where I'm just not going to bother. What you could do instead, though, is if you did a spring-loaded lock, then you could just pull it, and then in that same movement, move the sticks away. Right? That's what I think would be potentially a better solution than the twist. And those kinds of spring locks do exist. You can get them pretty easily. I don't know what they're called, but I know I've seen them. I've even purchased them before, and that would be quite a bit better. And then if you do have access to a 3D printer, you could even like you could make a handle that unifies both of them so that you just like pull on the one and it activates both at the same time. Or if you're designing this yourself, you could make it so that it only relies on one lock, so that you only have the one to worry about. But yeah, I've never been a fan of twist locks. They just take too much time. If it takes time, then it's not super convenient and you're just not going to use it. I haven't looked too much at their rail. I mean, I thought it was just an extrusion, but it's not the typical extrusion, is it? It's a little different. Let's see. Sliding them out of the way is a nightmare currently. Is it because it's binding up, or is it just really high friction? Like, what's going on? Twist locks and friction. Yeah. Well, this might be helpful to you then. The desk I'm sitting at is something that I made it myself. But let's see. Angle it really far down here. I use my graphics tablet as a secondary monitor, and it sits on a pair of linear rails. And then it currently uses some twist locks to actually add friction. So if I want to, I can lock it down and then it doesn't move back and forth. Right now, I need to really rework the way that the mount for the tablet connects to these rails. But the reason why I bring this up is when you're talking about linear rails of this size, they actually have quite a bit of built-in friction. And in some sense, that's a good thing because it means that they're not going to move on their own. But it's not so much that it's hard for me to move it myself, right? So I could do this all day, and I would bet if you mounted your sticks on this, then you would find that it's probably a pretty good sweet spot for friction that keeps the sticks from moving on their own, but when you want to move them out of the way, you can just whoop, push them and you'd be done. But that's going to be significantly less friction than T-nuts that are binding up, but it will also be very consistent. And consistency is something that creeps up in engineering projects, certainly when you're dealing with friction in weird ways. Like something could be low friction at some points and then medium friction at other points in its travel. But that inconsistency just makes it feel so much worse than just staying higher friction. And that's what you'd be experiencing with sliding T-nuts. So if I were you, I'd give the linear rail a shot. It'll also take care of the other. It'll also take care of the other axes. Like if you mounted something to linear rail, it's so rigid in the. Like, okay, this is our X direction, right? We want to move the sticks along X that they are out of the way. It's going to be nice and smooth along X, but there's going to be no movement in Y or Z, and it's not going to rotate any direction. Linear rails are very well fit, and they have practically zero backlash. So that would be, I would think that would be a very good rigid mounting system for you. But yeah, just like you're saying, it needs to work nicely so you don't actually mind using it. My solution was this with the magnetic mounts, because I had already been working on my own version. It worked pretty well, and Monstertech was willing to sponsor me to make it a possibility to get a much better built version. But if you're looking at mounting it to your desk, I think linear rails are the way to go. I don't know. I don't think so. I think you'd be surprised. Like, you're certainly... Here, I have another example down here. This is a much smaller rail. This is like what you'd see on a 3D printer for the X-axis carriage. I think you definitely want something bigger than this. But again, I think if you went with something like what I just showed you for the graphics tablet, I don't think you'd have any issue. And you could also, you can double up too, right? Like, you don't need to use the one rail. You can put them in a rows, you know, so going parallel, just like I have for my graphics tablet, but closer together since you're just mounting joysticks to them. And that would give you plenty of constraint on the movements, that it's not going to go anywhere you don't want it. But I think these are the same size as what I just showed you. And they have a... I mean, linear rails, they also have a really high load for what you tend to use them for. I don't know if they're going to have much on this site to talk about it. Here you go. That's a bit more than you need, because they're probably intending this for like a 3D printer build kit. But there we go. Is this one a little simpler? This might even be the exact kit I got. I don't remember though. But HGR20. Load rating. Uh-oh, that site's not working. Let's try this one, I guess. I can't read that, which means you guys definitely can't read that. Gives information on preload, but not necessarily, or at least not yet, anyway. Oh, here we go. All right. HGL. Where's HGR? HGR 20. No, is that just going to be the dimensions? I want the load rating. Come on. I didn't pass it, did I? Feel like I'd be worried about the bearing twisting downwards off the rail. Enhance, I like that. Yeah, I think you're already sweating it a lot more than you need to. See, the thing is linear rails are built with a level of preload already, and what I mean by that is, like, if you had two pieces of metal, like if it were just the rail and the bearing holder, right, you would get a little bit of a rocking motion. The way that they take care of that is when the bearings are put in, they're put in with a lot of force, and that force pushes the bearings against all of the sliding geometry of the rail. So I don't know if this is going to show up clearly. Here's the smaller rail, right? So those V grooves, the bearing balls themselves are pushed with some force into that slot, and that's going to eliminate any kind of motion that you would have gotten without that. So if I take off that removable piece, and there's not a good way to show this on camera, but like there is absolutely no play. And then once you have, because like if you got that kit that we were looking at on Amazon, if you got two of them, like, you're golden. Certainly between two of them, there's not going to be any movement. Now, the other thing that you could do, here I was talking about getting off soon. Now you got me geeking out about another project idea. All good. I am going to take the headphones off, though, so I'm not, like, yelling all the time. Don't need to be doing that. Okay, let's open up this one. Way. Okay, move this down to this screen. Alrighty. Nope, I want to work on this one. Okay, so you could set them up in a line, right? And I think that you would be okay, right? Like, I don't think you'd have any issues if you just set the bearings up in a line and you had your rail run in the middle between them, right? And let's see, this would go on one joystick, and then you'd have your second rail back here, because it comes with 2, if you got the kit that we were looking at. And this will give you a meter's worth of travel, which should be plenty to get joysticks out of arm's reach when you don't want them there. Right, so you could set it up like this, and then you'd have your mount for the sticks themselves. It would be connecting the 2 pairs, or it would be connecting the bearings themselves in pairs, so that they can move, you know, like so, right, along this axis. You could do that. Or you could do something else. Let's pick a nice color for the rails. Okay, so there's our 2 rails, right? And then here is 1 joystick mount, and I'm only going to draw the 1 because we've already established you have 2 hands and 2 joysticks, so you'll be using your 2 joysticks on these rails. So here's the carriage for 1 joystick. And what you're going to do with the bearings is set them up in a diagonal pattern. And what that will do is, here's the center of a bearing, and here's the center of a bearing. That's going to create this distance that we'll call W for width. And then it's also going to create this distance that we'll call D for depth. And now you've basically built a tripod in the major axes that you're worried about, right? So if you try to twist it, so like, let's say you have the joystick mount below this, right? And you do a movement to the right. Well, that's going to cause a twisting motion that will work this way, right? Well, when that happens, that's going to put pressure on this bearing. And so you have the 2 bearings sharing that load in a way that's going to dramatically minimize the amount of movement you could possibly get from that force. So that twisting motion, it would create a little bit of a pull on this bearing, and then it would be pushing on this bearing. And they're going to work together to cancel out that force entirely. Like, it's going to be very rigid. And same thing goes for your x-axis. Or, no, that was x-axis. Same goes for any movement in the y-axis. If you push forward on the stick, that might pull on this bottom bearing again, but it's going to push up on the top bearing. So if you just stagger them like that, I don't think you're going to have any movement whatsoever. And if you really wanted to make sure that there was just no possibility of movement when you don't want them to, like, because they are still linear rails, they are meant to slide, right? That's why you'd be incorporating your that's why you want to have your locking mechanism, right? So if this is the front of the desk, then your locking mechanism would probably be right about here. And it doesn't need to be super complex. We're just looking for something like here, I'll draw a side view of it. So you have something that slides on the rail. You have a hinged section, potentially a toothed brake so that it grips that rail, and then just a lever that you can push down on that's preloaded with a spring. Right, so by default it's locking the position. You give it a little bit of pressure and then you can move it. Alright, Vegan, we fixed your problem. This is what you got to build. Report back once it's constructed and we'll evaluate your results. Yeah, it could be plastic. Yeah, just something that's going to grip the rail. These will typically come with a little bit of machine oil. And if you wipe that off and get it real clean, then I think plastic would be a good enough brake. And for the kind of use that you're looking at, you don't need that machine oil. That's usually there to protect the metal from rusting, and you usually have to clean it off and put your own lubricant on it anyways. But yeah, I mean like we're talking, you're going to be moving it at very low speeds because it's you moving it. You're not a machine. So yeah, I would probably stick with something more like a rigid plastic, just because TPU is actually, it's generally pretty slick. So TPU doesn't tend to be very grippy. Unless you got something like a very low durometer TPU, you might have better luck. But you could also just get you can get a rubber pad from a craft store and glue it to whatever your mechanism is that's holding the thing in place. And if you haven't printed with TPU yet, then it might not be worth learning on this project. It might be something that you want to practice something simpler, because you need this brake to hold things in place when the joysticks aren't moving, right? So I would probably stick with a rigid plastic, and if you wanted to use something rubbery, just get like a rubber pad from the craft store. Cut that into the right shape and then tape it or glue it in place. But I'm also pretty sure that if you look better than I did just now, you can find a spring-loaded brake that will do what you're asking it to do as an off-the-shelf solution. And, you know, then it's pretty much guaranteed that it's gonna work the way you need it to. That if you haven't used TPU before and this is just a roll that you happen to have, then it's probably a 95A, because that tends to be the most common formulation of TPU. And let's see, I actually have some nearby. So this is some Mandalorian armor that I printed out of 95A TPU. And it prints really nice. You can get great results out of TPU. But this is not grippy at all. You might have better luck if you go with a very low durometer, something like a 60A TPU, but that's going to be very tough to print, and you're going to need to have your printer dialed in very well in order to get results like that, like what you would need. But Yeah, stick with a rigid plastic if you're going to print a solution, and just glue something grippy to it. If you can't just do the linear rail off of Amazon or something similar for wherever you're located, like Alibaba probably has it. I know that that's generally a little more friendly to international customers. But if you can't do Amazon or Alibaba, you could talk to... trying to think of what the right word in my head is. Like machine supplier shops or machinist shops. These are very commonly used in automation processes and precision machines. So if you have anywhere nearby that supplies parts for a machinist, they would probably have linear rail or be able to get linear rail for you. But yeah, that's the route I'd go. Hopefully I've given you enough ideas that you can cobble something together and run with it. If you do come up with a solution, be sure to come back and let us know. We do have the Discord linked down below. If you do go with any Monster Tech options, I can get you a discount with code ODDJOB at checkout. Gotta plug that sponsorship there. But if you don't, it's also not terrible. It is a little... Oh, is there really not a Discord link? Thanks for letting me know. I will have to fix that. Thankfully, I know the guy who's kind of in charge of the Discord. So... you can just have that one. That should work. That's probably something on the Twitch side. I know I have it on the YouTube side, but maybe I haven't set that up quite yet to have all the information I need it to on Twitch. Yeah, if you do come up with something, let us know. I always like to see people building cool stuff. And if you do your DIY route, you know what you could do? You could use some of the money you save by DIYing it to get a channel membership. Thank you to John Best and the Prime. Those are our current Orbital Bombardier tiers. Orbital Bombardiers and up get a special mention in each and every stream and video that I do, as long as I have the mental capacity to remember to do so. But your support really does help me make a lot of cool content. If finances are an issue, though, we still love you, and you can always like, share, comment, subscribe. Both on Twitch, Rumble, and YouTube are the 3 platforms I stream to, so either one of those, or any one of those, all of those, any combination of the 3 is great to me. It helps me get the channel out there and get exposed to more viewers. So yeah, subscribing is also very helpful. But aside from that, I think it is time for me to go to bed. So, close Discord, close that, and that. And I will say, this is Oddjob Entertainment, signing off.